For everybody joining us, we have a great house. If you wouldn't mind, we're going to stand. We're going to have an invocation and a pledge of allegiance.
Dear Father, help us to treasure the peace that your love brings. In your name we pray. Amen. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we have another great house. People that are here to be with us, we appreciate everybody coming. This time we're going to turn to the minutes and proclamations portion of our agenda. We have the minutes from the Board of County Commissioners meeting of September 5th, September 17th, September 19th for approvals, as well as 3 resolutions. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second. Motion and second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried unanimously. That, we'll turn to our presentations. With that, Madam Clerk, please read the first one.
Yes, sir. Resolution 2013-185. A resolution proclaiming the month of October 2013 as National Disability Employment Awareness Month and National Down Syndrome Awareness Month in St. Lucie County, Florida. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners of St. Lucie County, Florida has made the following determinations. October is National Disability Awareness Month and National Down Syndrome Awareness Month, during which the contributions of Americans with disabilities are recognized and citizens are encouraged to ensure equal opportunity in the workforce and the community. Across America, individuals with disabilities are making important contributions in the workplace, and here in St. Lucie County, individuals with disabilities are becoming part of the fabric of our workforce by letting the community see our sons and daughters as capable people who want to work, recreate, and enjoy real lives with their families and friends. The employers in St. Lucie County are recognized for valuing the ability and worth of all citizens, noting that employing a person with a disability contributes to the quality of life of the individual and also to the diversity and economic viability of our community. Helping People Succeed, Inc. has a commitment to people with disabilities through its various programs and services in areas of employment options and community connections that help people with disabilities obtain and maintain employment, thus helping them live the American dream of an everyday life. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of St. Lucie County, Florida, this board does hereby proclaim the month of October 2013 as National Disability Employment Awareness Month and National Down Syndrome Awareness Month in St. Lucie County, Florida. This board commends Helping People Succeed, Inc., its employees and volunteers for their continuing good works in helping those citizens with disabilities obtain gainful employment, become more independent, and achieve their potential in all aspects of community life and contribute to the sustainability of our community. Passed and duly adopted this first day of October 2013.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Adrienne Moore. There she is. How are you?
Hi. Nice to see you.
Yeah. Take it from me.
Okay.
Adrienne, why don't you say a few words, and the microphone's yours.
All right, thank you. Well, I'm very pleased to be here this evening for Helping People Succeed. It is a nonprofit organization that serves St. Lucie, Martin, Indian River, and Okeechobee counties. And we have a lot of different programs for healthy families, baby steps, music and movement. But 2 of our areas are involved in what this proclamation is tonight, and that is adults with disabilities. One of our areas is employment options, and we actually have a lot of adults with disabilities working at Publix and McDonald's, and recently one of our young men got a job at a local car wash in Stewart, and he's thrilled about that. He's been working, we also do the grounds for the Fernhill Cemetery, and that's where he's been working about the last 10 years, but now he has a new job. This is a very exciting program for us to have because we can see the successes of these young people and see that they are becoming socially out there and also improving their communication skills. And that's what these programs are all about. So we thank you very much for recognizing this month and for giving us an opportunity for the proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. With that, we're going to have Resolution 2013-184, which is proclaiming October as Residents' Rights Month in St. Lucie County.
A resolution proclaiming the month of October 2013 as National Long-Term Residents' Rights Month in St. Lucie County, Florida. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners of St. Lucie County, Florida has made the following determination. Today, there are more than 1.5 million individuals living in 16,000 nursing homes and 1 million individuals living in 50,000 board and care-assisted living facilities in the U.S., with over 4,000 facilities and 170,000 residents in Florida. The Federal Nursing Home Reform Act of 1987 guarantees residents their individual rights in order to promote and maintain their dignity and autonomy. All residents should be aware of their rights so they may be empowered to live safely and healthfully with dignity and self-determination. St. Lucie County wishes to honor and celebrate these citizens, to recognize their rich individuality, including the right to have a say in their care. Individuals and groups across the country will be celebrating Residents' Rights Month to emphasize the importance of affirming these rights through facility practices, public policy, and resident-centered decision-making. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of St. Lucie County, Florida, this board does hereby proclaim the month of October 2013 as Residents' Rights Month in St. Lucie County, Florida, and encourages all citizens to join in on these important observances. Passed and duly adopted this first day of October 2013.
Okay, we have a resolution here. We also have our District Ombudsman here. Kevin? There he is. Is it Kevin McEwen?
Yes, sir. You got it right.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good to see you. Hi.
Patty.
Hi, Patty. Pleasure. Nice to see you both. We'll do a photo here, and then we'd love to hear a few things.
Thank you.
Come on around.
Thank you, sir. Good luck. Give it to Patty.
There you go. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Kevin McEwen. I'm the District Ombudsman Manager for the Treasure Coast Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program, and with me is Patty Kafka. She is our District Council Chair for our local council here in the Treasure Coast. Florida's Ombudsman Program is a statewide volunteer-based organization. Our mission is focusing on advocating for the rights, health, safety, and welfare of residents who live in nursing homes, assisted living facilities, and adult family care homes. Our district here in the Treasure Coast, which covers Indian River, St. Lucie, Martin, and Okeechobee counties, is proud to employ the assistance of 7 volunteers like Patty here, residing in St. Lucie County, who advocate for over 2,300 residents living in 9 nursing homes, 65 assisted living facilities, and 10 adult family care homes. Volunteers like Patty are trained and certified by the state of Florida to investigate complaints made by or on behalf of long-term care facility residents, to assess the quality of life and quality of care provided by long-term care facilities through statutorily required administrative assessments, and to visit with residents on a regular basis to inform them about their rights. By declaring October 2013 as Residents' Rights Month, the St. Lucie County Commission is assisting Florida's Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program in promoting the importance of long-term care residents' rights and helping to educate Florida's elderly residents, their families, and long-term care facilities and staff about recognizing the dignity and respect due to Florida's elderly, the residents living in long-term care facilities throughout St. Lucie County and the state of Florida. For more information about residents' rights, to request an ombudsman's assistance in filing a complaint against a long-term care facility, and to learn about how to become a volunteer ombudsman, I encourage the commissioners and the residents of St. Lucie County to call 1-888-831-0404 or to visit the program's website at ombudsman.myflorida.com. And I'd be happy to provide the commission with program brochures telling you a little bit more about what we do and a copy of the Residents' Bill of Rights for residents who live in all those types of long-term care facilities. And I do thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you.
This next proclamation, I think I may just skip tonight. No, I shouldn't? No, okay. The next one, this is Resolution 2013-183, proclaiming October as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And as a result of the activities of Safe Space, myself and Commissioner Zadowski and Commissioner Johnson will get to put on a set of red heels. Yeah, thanks. I know. So we get to wear red heels, and we will be partaking in the walk coming up here on October the 12th, which is a great event. We've had a lot of fun. It's always enjoyable to see how many guys sprain their ankles learning to walk in those crazy things. But they're men's size, ladies' heels. I didn't know they even made them. And we do it because we can, and it's a great cause. So with that, if you wouldn't mind, please read the resolution.
Resolution 2013-183, a resolution proclaiming the month of October 2013 as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month in St. Lucie County, Florida. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners of St. Lucie County, Florida has made the following determinations. Domestic violence transcends all ethnic, racial, and socioeconomic boundaries. Its perpetrators abuse their victims both physically and mentally, and the effects of their attacks are far-reaching, weakening the very core of our county. Domestic violence is particularly devastating because it so often occurs in the privacy of the home, which is meant to be a place of shelter and security. During the month of October, Americans should contemplate the scars that domestic violence leaves on our society and what each of us can do to prevent it. Because domestic violence usually takes place in private, many Americans do not realize how widespread it is. Each year in the United States, approximately 1.5 million women are raped and or physically assaulted by their current or former husbands, partners, and or boyfriends. Many of these women are victimized more than once over the course of a year, and as unsettling as these statistics are, it is also disturbing to realize that the children of battered women frequently witness these attacks, thus becoming victims themselves. Our prosecutors, law enforcement officers, and victims advocates have worked hard to reduce domestic violence in our county and to assist victims and their families. Through education, awareness, and enforcement, we are striving to prevent domestic violence and sexual assault. Public action awareness will create a society that promotes strong values, fosters a safe and loving home environment for every family, and refuses to tolerate domestic violence in any form. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of St. Lucie County, Florida. This board does hereby proclaim the month of October 2013 as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month in St. Lucie County, Florida. This board urges all citizens to actively participate in the scheduled activities and programs sponsored by Safe Space, Inc. to work towards the elimination of personal and institutional violence against women. Passed and duly adopted this first day of October 2013.
Okay. The Safe Space crew wouldn't mind coming up? Yeah. We just had an offer to show some leg. No, we... All right. So...
I'm good.
Okay. So when you all come through, balance yourself out here a little bit. Oh, wait.
Oh, we're not done.
Okay. Microphone is yours, whether you want it or not. Keep it here afterwards.
I'll wait for everybody to get to their seat. You guys have heard this a few times, haven't you? Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and guests, on behalf of the Safe Space Board, volunteers, staff, and most importantly, the victims and children saved every single day, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to St. Lucie County for recognizing October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. It's an important month to recognize, and there are some reasons for that. 1 in 3 women will be, have been, or are victims of domestic violence at some point in time in their lives. That means everywhere you go, 1/3 of every woman that you meet will be a victim or has been a victim of domestic violence. 4 women die every day in our country at the hands of their loved one. Anywhere else that would be called an epidemic or a pandemic. I don't know if you remember when the swine flu came through, and we had 4 cases of swine flu in the United States, and suddenly we had a pandemic. But it's okay for 4 women to die at the hands of their intimate partners every day in our country. I just kind of don't get that, frankly. But I wanted to share something a little closer to home, and I'm losing my iPad here. Some of the stats locally, okay, because I think it's really important for people to understand it does happen here, and it happens a lot here. In St. Lucie County in 2012, there were 1,424 domestic violence crimes committed in St. Lucie County, just St. Lucie County, okay? That included 22 forcible domestic violence rapes and 2 domestic violence murders, right here in St. Lucie County. That's 18% of all crime in the county that is related to domestic violence. That's why it's so important that we recognize October and we get the word out and we talk to everyone who needs to know about Safe Space. And we are the ultimate emergency safety net for victims of domestic violence on the Treasure Coast. We save lives every single day, and we take that really seriously because that's what we do. We can help, but we need the community's assistance in getting there. We need the community's assistance in getting the word out. We cannot keep women safe. We cannot educate them, empower them, and help them move on into a safe, independent lifestyle free of violence without each and every person out there being aware of this issue and telling people about who we are and where we are and how to get in touch with us. And it's pretty simple. We're in the phone book. We're right on the front inside cover of all the phone books. Do they even have phone books anymore? No. You could probably Google it and get it. If you Google Safe Space, you'll come up with our website, all kinds of information on there about us. But most importantly, come on out and support some of our events that we do. And we do a lot of events, not just the Walk a Mile. The Walk a Mile in her shoes is our most current one. It is the one that's coming up, and it is probably the most well-known. In fact, everywhere I go, people are saying to me, "Oh, you're that from the red shoe place, aren't you?" So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I know it brings a lot of people out, and it raises a lot of awareness, and I know all 3 of you are honorary chairs here in St. Lucie County this year for our Walk a Mile, and we so appreciate that. I have to tell you that for us at Safe Space, it sets such a tremendous role model for the community of St. Lucie County. There is a horrible problem in St. Lucie County with violence. That's not news to anybody who lives here. And to have our county commissioners really not just talking the talk, but literally walking the walk in 4-inch high red stilettos, I must say, okay? Yes. It's just phenomenal. That support is incredible. It means a lot to us, but we need a lot more. And I want to just speak a little bit about why we do this. All you typically hear about with domestic violence are the bad guys, the ones that do the abusing, the battering, the hurting, the intimidation, the threats, all of those kind of things. But we believe at Safe Space that there are a lot more good men out there than there are bad. We need those... And that's why we do this event, because we need, whoever it was that said thank you, we need all those good men out there marching and walking the walk with us. Yeah. Okay, we cannot be successful in the fight against domestic violence without every good man walking right beside us, saying violence should never, ever be an option in any relationship. We need your help, all the good men of St. Lucie County, Indian River County, Martin County. We need your help being the voice for those who are now voiceless, for victims that need to be survivors. So anyway, thank you so much for your support, continued every year. We appreciate it.
Can you give us the locations and the times?
Oh, yes. Pardon me.
That's okay.
October 12th, Tradition Square at 8:30 in the morning. That's when registration starts, and you can register online. You can call our office number. As I said, just put Safe Space in Google and you'll get our
easiest
website.
$50 you'll ever spend.
It is, and it's fun. It's a really fun way to get a serious message out there. So come join us, and if you just want a good laugh, come watch.
Also, there's a fundraiser Thursday, correct?
Sorry?
Yes, we have a quarters auction at Grace Church, actually. A wonderful big quarters auction. Yeah.
And we'll be there.
You will
I'll be there. I'll
in
be
the
there.
hills? Oh,
Yes.
great.
Serving food,
Cool.
right?
Yeah, I'll be there serving food on that.
Yay.
So,
Yes, we have a great catered Italian dinner. Full dinner and lots, I think 50 or 60 prizes or auction items for quarters. So,
Wonderful. Thank you.
be there. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. That concludes our proclamations portion. We're going to turn to our presentations, and this evening we have Jim David, who's our mosquito control director, that's going to come up. But before he does so, I'm going to turn to our county administrator. And just as a note, by the way, Commissioner Hutchison is not with us tonight because she is already in Washington working on some of the items that we'll actually be talking about. And I know Commissioner Zadowski as well has an update for us. So, Ms. Outlaw, if you wouldn't mind, give us a little intro here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I think it's probably pretty known that Mr. David, our mosquito control and coastal services director, has been intimately involved in this issue that our counties are facing relative to the water. And he went to Tallahassee last week and testified as part of the hearing. And we would like for him to give us an update on the outcome of that. And as you indicated, we do have a commissioner who is in Washington, and then we have another commissioner who is headed there. And I think we have a number of our residents who are also going up as part of this process. And those who are not going up, they are certainly involved in it. So with that, Mr. David.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, for the record, Jim David, Mosquito Control and Coastal Management Services Director. In brief, the Chairman and I met with Senator Negron on the 20th of September to go over some information that was collected at Senator Negron's request in order to analyze the conditions in the lagoon in order to sort of frame St. Lucie County's perspective or view on what was happening in the Indian River Lagoon and provide some suggestions that we had for trying to mitigate some of those impacts. After that meeting, staff went to Tallahassee on last Tuesday, the 24th, and made a presentation which discussed the concept of using an ocean pumping system for a period of up to 4 months to try to mitigate the effects of approximately 4.2 billion gallons of fresh water moving up the lagoon that is now north of the Jensen Causeway and extends into what we call Segment 23, or Seagrass Segment 23 in the Indian River Lagoon in St. Lucie County. This large volume of water threatens the seagrasses in St. Lucie County that have a value of approximately $54 million in terms of annual value. It encompasses about 2,600 acres and about 4 or 5 different primary species of seagrass, and of course all the organisms that are associated with those seagrass beds. The committee was very, very receptive to the idea of doing ocean pumping. What I would say is that throughout this whole process, we've been trying to collect data on the lagoon. We've been using ORCA devices to try to determine what exactly is going on and when it's going on and how to respond to it. And I believe there are processes and procedures we could take to reduce or dilute the fresh water forward or leading edge in order to protect the seagrass beds that are in its path. The total amount of nitrates that this 4.2 billion gallons is carrying is estimated at over 80,000 pounds just of nitrates. That doesn't actually include all of the organics that are suspended in the water column that are shading the seagrasses as this water moves northward in the lagoon. So we would like to respond with something that improves the exchange of ocean water and improves the circulation of ocean water where this fresh water is impacting the seagrass beds and covering them. And we submitted during the meeting for the written record the St. Lucie County resolution supporting the issuance of emergency executive orders. Martin County's resolution for doing the same. The Village of St. Lucie, their request to do exactly the same thing, and Indian River County's resolution to support Martin and St. Lucie County's request for executive orders. We believe that executive orders is called for in this case. We believe that there is a process within the emergency management response to deal with this kind of a situation, and we have been recommending since the beginning of the problem that there was a way to deal with emergency response similar to what occurs during oil spills. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Really appreciate your efforts as well. I know it's been a long struggle here as we've gone through things. We've had obviously a lot of meetings as we've moved from Martin to St. Lucie up to Indian River County. We've met with all of our state representatives as well to try and bring them up to speed on these aspects. But clearly, been the largest single significant impact lately that we've seen on our lagoons. So I appreciate those efforts. It was nice to be able to have our fellow counties as well join us on that effort to be able to move those things forward. Wonderful. With that, we will turn to our agenda. In terms of items for tonight, I don't have any items that are being pulled. We do have one item that's been added prior to the meeting, which was item 7-B11 from the County Attorney's Office, and this was the Maritime Training Academy. That was an add-on that was added on earlier this week. With that, we're going to turn to our general public comment.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Before we go to general public comment, I see that some of our good friends are here that like to share their excuse me, information about the 750. I think we should raise that level and actually give it its own agenda item. That way we can specifically have that time set aside maybe at the end of the regular agenda. That way it'll raise a level of discussion and have its own agenda item. I just wanted to bring it up for an opportunity to make a motion because I think that the interest is there. I think the education that we're getting is important. And I just think that we should, I would like to make a motion to have its own agenda item after the regular agenda.
There's support?
Well, it's admirable to want to do it as an agenda item, but at the same time, we're also going to have other meetings, and there will also be people showing up for those meetings as well, and we're still probably going to have people come up to public comment and make comments about it as well. So even if we did that, we still would be in the same case scenario that we're in right now, people making public comment.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, one of the other reasons is, and it's been raised to my attention, there are other groups here that are looking to be heard. There are agenda items, there are hearings, and so on and so forth. And some of those folks have engineers, attorneys, planners, and they're being charged by the hour. I want to give this item as much time as they need to be able to inform us of their positions on things. So if we're able to do that, then we can move through the business at hand. Those businesses that are here paying attorneys and engineers and so on and so forth gives them an opportunity to go through this and probably save several $1,000s for some of the attorneys I see in the audience. But that's largely why, just help move the business through and then give them as much time as possible on their own agenda item.
Commissioner, the only difference here is the fact that we have 4 meetings between now and the November 7th meeting when the presentation will be made. And whether you take their comment and put it to an agenda item or not doesn't mean that the item will be finished as it relates to their public comment. You'll still see the same situation based upon this issue moving forward every meeting. So I
actually think we should make an agenda item until such time as we do have something in front of us. Just put it on as a regular 750 discussion. But what I'm looking at is I see a number of other folks here that are here to do business with the county, regular hearings to be held. They're paying attorneys and so on and so forth. So I'm just trying to help the businesses save some money and then hear everything that we have to hear, that we want to hear, and the education that we get.
Mr. Chairman, while I understand your concern, and I quite honestly, the thought has crossed my mind occasionally as I've spoken to some of the consultants who are here, for quite some time, for the last several meetings. I really think it would probably be more appropriate to do that on a future agenda if we want to handle it that way. And also, I kind of, although we're talking about dollars and cents here, it's making me relatively uncomfortable as if you're ranking the importance of the business. And I'm just really uncomfortable with that. You know, it crosses my mind that while I have every sympathy for the businesses that are paying people to come here, and I have quite honestly, you know, expressed my well, it's not an apology, but I expressed to people who have been here previously and are here again this evening that I'm terribly sorry their items might not be heard for a while. I just think it's almost as if we're saying, well, you know, we can put this at the end so it doesn't hold anybody up, and I'm just relatively uncomfortable doing that.
The will of the board. Like I said, I've just been asked by those who are paying the bill to bring it forward. So.
And I once again, I have expressed my. Well, I did say I'm terribly sorry, but we know this is going to happen. If you're here this evening, perhaps you don't want to come at 6 o'clock because we know it's going to be a while. And once again, not being able to give them a time frame, there are some businesses who have paid consultants to sit here the past several months, and I feel badly about that. But on the other hand, I'm just really uncomfortable with shifting the hearings around as if one might be more important than the other. I mean, the folks that have come here to speak, their time is important as well.
To be clear, and just to be clear, that's not my intention whatsoever.
Oh,
it was actually,
I'm sorry.
It was actually simply to give it its own agenda item so that everything can be adjusted at the same time. That's all.
I should say I wasn't suggesting in any way, shape, or form that's what you were doing. It just struck me that way, and since it struck me that way, that's why there are 5 of us. We all have different levels of different thought processes, and since it struck my thought process that way, I was afraid it might seem that way to someone else.
Okay, so with that said, maybe what would be helpful then as a result of that, obviously what I see in the group, I know there are 3 issues that at least are presented here in the group audience tonight. I know we have a veterans group that's here. I know we have a group that is opposed to the 750 plan that's being developed by the Regional Planning Council. And I know we also have a group that's here, obviously, as they're concerned about the lagoon and things that are going on, and they're getting ready to head to Washington with a group tomorrow. So if it can be possible, if you all wouldn't mind, let's allow each other to, in good cooperation, maybe mingle those comments so that way we're not having all one group providing at the time. And maybe that's the way to provide some of that compromise to help you with that. If that can be possible. Otherwise, I'm sure there may be other people that have a comment or concern not related to those items. So you all can help us work through that. As always, we just ask that everybody try and be decent and provide positive comments as they work forward, because this is an issue that whatever your concern is, we want to hear those items. We want to make sure that you know that we're hearing them, and that the audience as well is being respectful to each other. So whether you agree or don't agree with the comments you hear, we just ask that you try and be respectful of each other. With that, I see Mr. Mark Gott's up. Ready? Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. I would just like to make one comment.
Just the address.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Short memory. Mark Gotts, 154 Northwest Magnolia Lakes Boulevard, Port St. Lucie, Florida. One comment, because I know we do take up a lot of time, and upwards of 3.5 months ago, I requested the opportunity for our group to make a full presentation as an agenda item to the Commission. And I followed it up a couple of times. I was told that it can't be done. So we would love to be able to come in and give you...
I tried.
and give you the opportunity to see some of the videos and the other things, some of them you have seen, regarding what's going on in the rest of the world about 750 and regionalization. And if we had a chance to have a presentation on that, I think, again, as you say, Mr. Zadowski, the education will continue. So this evening we're going to talk about the prosperity plan, because 750 talks about prosperity for our regionalized area. Well, the proponents of 750 keep touting this prosperity that we will gain by adhering to their plan. Have you ever seen a projected cost and benefit plan? Now, they've been working on this thing for almost 3 years. And even not a finalized plan, but when you start something, if you're budgeting a project, you always come up with a back of the napkin cost of what it's going to be and what the benefit should be. If you've seen that, I haven't. And as you know, we've done extensive review on the 750 plan. Have you ever seen any of their plans that they have presented? Even the July plan, which doesn't have our barrier islands underwater. I mean, this is of great concern because how are these properties going to get flood insurance if this plan is adopted? How will these properties get any insurance? And if you have vacant property out on the barrier islands and you have a 750 plan that's in place, regional plan that overlays everything and is going to be part of our life big time, then who's going to lend money to build in a flood zone? I think this has a very adverse effect on our tax base. But then again, the planners are telling you that you can use parts of that plan. You can use the parts that you like at your pleasure. I mean, because after all, this is a voluntary plan, right? It sounds so innocent. I mean, if it was a voluntary plan, so why did you have to sign a memorandum of understanding with a consortium? Why does the Sustainable Communities Consortium agreement state, quote, to join the partnership, organizations must sign an MOU and commit to work collaboratively to advance the region's livability and sustainability through implementation of the work program developed by the partnership with the support of the Sustainable Communities Planning Grant Program, which you're obviously a part of. Doesn't sound like you're going to get to use any part you'd like. Also in that agreement, the consortium, quote, the consortium participants agree to the basic commitments and responsibilities outlined for partnership members, as well as the additional commitment of leverage resources in terms of staff, financial investment, and other resources. Tier 2 members, which St. Lucie County is, requires that a partnership member must execute a consortium agreement to formalize their greater level of commitment and direct involvement in the development and implementation of the regional vision and blueprint for economic prosperity. Again, agreement to formalize a greater level of commitment and direct involvement in this development. How much involvement have you actually had? Sure sounds like you haven't made a commitment at all. I mean, just wait and see, and you can pick and choose what you like to implement and decide what you don't want to implement. It sounds like it'd be quite easy. And again, if there is no commitment on St. Lucie's part, and you can use this information at your leisure, why be committed to the consortium? Why make the commitment of time, money, and staff? After all, 750 is just pointing out the future trends as they see the future. Sea rise levels to 2 to 4 feet. You know, the federal government spent $4.25 million putting this plan together. And, you know, maybe they can afford to waste money, but I don't believe that St. Lucie County can afford to waste money on this type of Pollyanna production of pie-in-the-sky predictions.
Thank you, Mr. Gotts.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank the folks for giving me the opportunity. Thank you very much. I'm Roy Brewer, veteran.
Good evening, Roy. How are you? Name and address for the record.
Okay. 60 Brandy Way, Spanish Lakes 1, Port St. Lucie. Commissioners, good evening. I'm Roy Brewer, veteran, and I'm humbled and honored to represent the veterans that are here this evening. We have some grave concerns of the recent termination of our top gun, a Veteran Service Officer, Donna Carlson. This is beyond our comprehension, and what a horrendous loss to our entire veteran community and to the county. You are representative of the citizens of your district and thus have a fiduciary relationship with us, the citizens of the county. We, the citizens, veterans, and military retirees, are bringing forward for your immediate attention a grave injustice to recently, and in my opinion, wrongfully terminated employee Donna Carlson. Ms. Carlson blew the whistle on a former county employee for the theft of what we figure an estimated over $13,600 from the United Veterans Council Emergency Fund. Allowing the former employee to resign with benefits does give the perception that it's okay for a county employee to commit a crime, do some time, don't worry, be happy attitude. Why wasn't the county professionals protecting Ms. Carlson? The answer: the professional employees with no military service, exception of one, were too busy trying to find fault with Ms. Carlson and her 12 years of dedicated service to the county and to her veterans. There are still many questions, open-end questions about the investigation. With the theft of emergency funds by a county employee, will this change county policy and procedures and operational procedures? We most certainly hope so. Is it a county policy to allow a director, supervisor, or manager to perform the duties of a law enforcement officer? Question the employee about the theft without law enforcement being present. Ms. Outlaw, you have 3 paid county employees on the United Veterans Council and ad hoc chair. This is definitely a conflict of interest. They must immediately step down. Also, Ms. Outlaw, I do have an understanding that in a recent promotion of a VSO officer to the position of VSO2 does not have, and I repeat, does not have any wartime experience. In summary, we the veterans are asking you, the commissioners, to call for an outside agency to investigate, perhaps by the Florida State Law Enforcement, into the estimated missing funds of $13,600. I do believe the whistleblower, pardon me, in this particular case ended up being the sacrificial lamb to shield the county and the department from further embarrassment. Former VSO Donna Carlson was terminated for having sound moral principles in 12 years of dedicated county service and service to her nation as a U.S. Army veteran. She can talk the talk and walk the walk. The veterans of St. Lucie County are extremely frustrated with the decision of a few individuals who were involved in the termination of Ms. Carlson. Their decision has left an adverse effect on all of us in the veterans community. Thus, we, the veterans of St. Lucie County, are asking you for your immediate consideration to restructure the Veteran Service Office to report directly to the county administrator or the assistant county administrator for better supervision and control of its veteran service officers, office personnel, transport of veterans, programs, and the St. Lucie County United Veterans. The preservation and credibility of this office is at stake now in what it represents. All veteran service officers must be held to a higher standard, including the CVSO and the office personnel. Donna Carlson is the epitome of service before self. And in a final note, and this is to you, Ms. Outlaw, Ms. Carlson was fired August 7th of this year. She is yet to receive anything as far as her putting in for unemployment. Can you correct that? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you. Just as a note on here, I know this has been a very positive and well thought through discussion that's been coming forward from the vets. I know there's also been a lot of there have been a lot of confusing comments and things that have come through various staff. I know some of the veterans actually came today and met with Ms. Outlaw as well. And I'm looking for the 2 gentlemen that are actually here. Where is it? I believe, did you all receive positive assistance today in helping to examine that issue? Yes? Okay. You feel better about what you heard based upon what you thought when you came in? You need to... I know, but I just want to make sure, because there were some misconceptions, I think, when you came in, and I want to make sure that you've been able to work through some of those. That is the case? Okay, okay. I think what I'd like to do is just to have Ms. Outlaw, realizing we don't normally do this, but this is an important issue to us. My wife herself is an 8-year combat medic, and I want to make sure that Ms. Outlaw has a moment just to be able to briefly touch on this issue, so that if at all possible, you can perhaps at least, while the group is here, be able to understand that this is clearly an issue that obviously as administration you have the ability to work through. We as the county board don't have the ability to be involved in personnel matters as it relates to what specifically happened. I know you can't get into specifics, but if there's something that you can help provide that may at least assist in the situation, that would be helpful.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and certainly thank you to all of the veterans and the members of the audience who are engaged on this issue. Let me first say that it is always, very difficult when you have a personnel matter, as is the case with this particular situation. And while it is not appropriate to go into a discussion about the details of any personnel decision, I think it is important to note for the record that the county utilizes a progressive disciplinary process. We did that in this particular case, and unfortunately the end result was that we end up having to do a separation here with that situation.
And by the way, progressive...
Meaning that we always start out with trying to rectify the situation, and we go through a number of steps over a series of time. Here, when I look in context of the last 3 years, the county has had 6 separations of at-will employees, and at-will under the county's policy mean that the county has the right, with or without cause, to do a separation. The individual has the right, with or without cause, to leave the county's employer. So when you look at it in context where we have had 6 at-will separations over the last 6 years, in those particular instances, we went through progressive disciplinary action, and we did that in this particular circumstance. But relative to some of the concern, and I would certainly, Mr. Brewster, take note of the points that you've just made and follow up with those. I think in looking at the meeting that we had today, where we had an open and frank, and I think candid discussion, I would like to address it in the context of the response to Mr. Hassengrove and Mazone, who came in this morning, and I know the board has been provided with a number of letters that were submitted to you all about this matter. I think coming out of that meeting, there was clearly some concern about the operations. The outcome of that meeting was that county staff and the gentleman that attended the meeting this morning, that we have a shared goal of moving forward to continuously improve the Veteran Services operation and the services that we provide to our veterans. I think that has to be the priority first and foremost. And to that end, I want to assure the veterans community as well as the board that we're committed to continually improving the customer service and technical skills of the VSOs in that office. There were a number of suggestions that were made about providing additional training. I have already met with the Veteran Services Manager and the HR Director, both of whom are here tonight, and given them direction to implement that immediately. A number of the suggestions that were presented to me will be incorporated in that training that we're going to set up, and we're also looking at how we can implement some of the other suggestions, such as the outreach services. What I would like to also do is to put on the record to clear up some of the misconceptions and rumors that were brought to my attention this morning. There is a rumor that the county no longer provides the daily services down to West Palm. That is not factual. We do continue to operate 2 vans 5 days a week that goes down to West Palm. If one of those vans happen to go out of service, we have 2 backup vans, and this allows us to not have an interruption of service. One of the other concerns that were brought to my attention was the requirement of appointments, and if veterans didn't have an appointment, we would not see them. We do encourage appointments, and that has been in place since 2010 to help better manage the workload, but we also make time for walk-in services as well. I have since asked the Veteran Services Manager to look at whether or not it would be a benefit of just designating 1 day a week for walk-in clients, and I would be looking to get some input from the veteran community on whether that concept is workable. The emergency fund has just been alluded to. Because those funds were not taxpayer dollars, those funds were not taxpayer dollars. Those were donated dollars from the veterans community. The county was not in a position to actually do an investigation on that. That matter was handled through law enforcement. They actually took control over that because it was not county dollars. In the meeting this morning, there were a number of very pointed comments that were shared with me regarding concern on the handling of the employee separation. And while I continue to be of the position that as any organization, the county too has the discretion to have rules and regulations relative to personnel matters, and that we have to require employees to operate within those rules and regulations. However, I'm always open to looking at how we can learn from how we do things. I think there are a number of lessons that can be pulled from how things were done, and I have so noted those, and I want to commit to not just the board, but to the community, that those comments have been duly noted by me and will be taken with the utmost consideration. We are looking at having a follow-up meeting at the end of this month to go over some more of the specific things that have been recommended with the intent, again, of moving forward on how we can make certain that the very best of services are being provided out of that office. So with that, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I will leave my comments along those lines.
Thank you, Ms. Outlaw. And I think, again, to your comments, Mr. Brewster, I want to let you know that the county is obviously very committed to providing the best possible service that we can for our veteran service community, based upon the comments and the emails and the calls that have been made by many area veterans and other concerned individuals. So I want to let you know that we are taking this matter seriously, and the county administrator as well has now been asked by the commissioners as well to make sure that they're doing all that they can to look at your issue, whether it be the restructuring of that office or whatever the case may be, so that we know that the job that should be done is being done. And we look forward to hearing your feedback and comments as that begins to move forward.
I'd like to respond to her comment, if I may.
Briefly, if you can.
Okay, I will make it brief. You said those were non-designated county funds. But
Said they were not taxpayer dollars.
that's correct. But it was a county employee that took the funds.
That is correct.
That apparently while on duty.
I didn't hear the last statement.
I said while she was on duty, I believe.
That is correct.
Okay. Since she has opened the door to talk to other veterans, I'm asking the chair and the administrator to sit down with another group of veterans and hear our side of the story as well.
Mr. Brewster, as always, your county staff, they're always here for individuals, so I don't know that county departments ever turn people away from coming in, so I'd love to hear again your follow-up feedback to see how things move forward.
Well, I will make arrangements to meet with you and Ms. Outlaw, because we need to discuss this at another time, and this is not the forum.
Exactly. I'd be glad to do that. So please contact my office, and we'll work through this and see where we can go on that.
And just a reminder to District 1, when you came to us for money, we gave you $700 in a handshake to help out. Just want to remind you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
And Mr. Chairman, just so that the public will know what those funds were for, there was a request of a fallen soldier's family to name a street, and we weren't able to do that. And the idea was to create a kiosk in the neighborhood of that fallen soldier, and those dollars were spent to create that kiosk, and we had an event where all of you were actually there. And so thank you for that commitment, and on behalf of that fallen soldier's family, I thank you as well.
Thank you, Mr. Brewer. We're going to give a moment for this.
Sure.
Let's take a 2-minute recess. Okay, if we can have everybody come back to order. Okay, want everybody to come back to order, please. All right. Mr. Latimerek, thank you so much for being so patient. Have you stayed there the entire time?
For the most part.
I think you have. He's been holding the microphone.
No, I was
afraid nobody would steal
Anxiously
it.
awaiting.
Anyway, good evening. My name's Tom Lattimer.
Mr. Latimerek, with sincere apologies, I want to handle a quick order of business here before you move on. I had not been aware to this point that a presentation had been requested. It does have to be handled under a certain procedure, and I know it requires submission some days in advance and whatnot. I guess you have recently handled that circumstance, though. It occurs to me that for a previous agenda, it might be more satisfactory and more orderly to have a presentation from the group. They obviously feel that, well, and that's a bad way to put it, but there may be information in the presentation that has not been brought forward at this point because of length of time of each of the little segments, actually. So with the indulgence of the board, would we want to consider having a presentation at a future meeting?
Sounds good to me.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I actually, that's part of the reason why I brought it forward. It had been requested once before, and while I didn't state it very well, but just getting an agenda item and having the education process unfold and more in a concise manner, because as we get this piecemeal, parts and parts and parts, it's really hard for not only us, but the general public to actually put it all together in one big picture. So I think that having an agenda item would give us the ability to be educated more formally, but more concisely, and in one big picture so that it's better to see rather than piecemeal. Because I think that the education opportunity is here, but when we get it in small bits like this, and as you may recall, I've been trying to keep a running score of what are the issues, how do they relate to what may be coming. So I think that it would be very helpful for me when we do get, I saw the part of the PNZ meeting and the presentation that was done there. So I think from a fairness standpoint, from a transparency standpoint, from an education side, I think it's an opportunity that we could really bite into, so to speak.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I would not be against having a presentation. Of course, we've had presentations before in our informal meeting. My question would be, would this be a setting for informal meeting or a formal meeting? And on top of that, what type of time frame are we putting on that for them to do the presentation? Because we don't want to cheat them out of the education that they're trying to give us. So those are some things that we're going to have to take under consideration when we consider them doing their presentation.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure, but do we not have some general rules that we request people to abide by when we have presentations agended from outside, Ms. Outlaw?
Yeah, we do, but certainly, the board has the discretion if you want to treat this outside of, the general rules that we follow on presentations.
Well, I'm just saying, since I know there are some guidelines to begin with, perhaps we could work within that, and someone, I wouldn't know who at this point, whether that would be you or the chairman, that would speak to some representative from this group, whoever that would be, and determine whether our time frames would meet with theirs. Perhaps they could be tweaked, but obviously it would require some discussion with whomever the representative would be to put this together.
Yes, but I would tell you, in general, Commissioner Lewis, members of the board, we schedule the presentations as part of the beginning of the meeting. So if you were to look at the agenda, for example, under item 5, that is normally where presentations would be held. From the discussion, I'm hearing that perhaps we want to treat this in a different manner and actually schedule it under the regular agenda for a full presentation or not. That's the sense that I was getting.
I hadn't necessarily considered that. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, when it appears under presentations as an agended presentation, that's that becomes a part of our agenda. That's what,
Oh,
more what
okay.
I was looking at, to be honest. I guess I said it badly.
But at the pleasure of the board, I certainly can follow up with whomever would be the appropriate contact after you all kind of decide together with the group how you want to proceed. I certainly will be glad to follow up and make certain that we get that structured appropriately.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I would trust the fact that Ms. Outlaw could meet with someone who is very representative, of the group, and come up with a binding commitment that would allow them to give a presentation with a time frame, that time, date, and time frame that would be beneficial for the group and allow us to get educated from their standpoint collectively, being everybody's interests and commitments are being met, on that or in that presentation.
And Mr. Chairman, I just, the P&Z got a presentation the other day. I think it was, 20 minutes long or whatever the period of time was. I think in a fair and balanced opportunity, if the Regional Planning Council had 15 minutes, then, the opposing side, if you will, would have the same opportunity with questions from the board. So I'm fine with that, whether it's under presentations or a regular agenda item. It matters not to me. I just think that, want to give the education opportunity and the conversation.
Okay, so I'm hearing some comments at this point. Now, realizing it's not a public hearing, so that, in that sense, would not be open to comment after comment after comment for the agenda, so that makes it a little bit different than obviously still hearing comments at the general public comment portion. So it is more of a presentation, which would then indicate the need to have a spokesperson or two that would be presenting and providing that information. I would look to the group to see if this is even going in a direction that perhaps would be desirable by the group in terms of that kind of a presentation and that kind of a format. And if so, realizing that that would then afford you an opportunity to have that item. Realizing also for your sake as well that if it's an agenda item, official action could be taken by a county board at that time, unlike a general public comment portion where county action cannot be taken. I'm not seeing any. Mr. Gotts, do we have any?
Now, if I may, Mr. Chair.
I think we have Ms. Bryant. If you want to just...
Yes, and I don't think we need to, I see Ms. Fry looking, at her watch. I don't think we need to decide on time frame or anything at this moment. That can just be determined. That's why I was indicating some variance in that. You don't have to decide right now how many minutes you want. That's something we can work on.
Right. It would probably be about an hour, the same as the 750 had to the presentation that they gave to you. So we would be looking for the same amount of time.
Now, 750, a presentation for 750 was given to us, if I may, Mr. Chair, at a planning meeting.
That was just one portion.
Right. So that case is totally different from, we haven't had their presentation at our board or during a board meeting.
You've had no presentations at your board meetings from 750?
No, we haven't.
And you signed an MOU and a consortium agreement?
He wasn't here.
Let me say this.
There was a workshop. There was a workshop. It
Correct.
Was partially, there was some kind given during a workshop. Sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Gotts, this occurred...
I realize most of you weren't here, so
and plus it occurred out of my watch as well. So...
Okay. I understand, Mr. Johnson.
Correct. So, my thing is equality, leveling the playing field, both sides. So, I'm just saying that was an hour presentation given during the time that we were doing a planning meeting at that time. So, with that said, I think it would be beneficial for both sides, your representative to get with the county administrator. We come up with a solution that we both can agree upon and work the semantics out from there.
That works.
Okay. Also, with that said, Mr. Chair, as an agenda item and us making a decision, we still have yet to receive information from those who are representing 750 as well. So I don't believe that it would be conducive for it to be an agenda item that we vote on until we get that information.
I realize that, but as a result of that, the question is whether or not you're going to want to have both provided at that meeting. So that's something for you to decide. Otherwise,
Totally understand that point.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, that's why I suggested might be want to be under presentations. We take no action on those items. They're simply provided for informational purposes.
Correct.
Which is where I'm going. Until this evening, I did not know the request had been made. We will handle it, and I would just like to comment as far as presentations. I believe there was part of one workshop when it was mentioned, but once again, we weren't committed to anything, which is why there has been no formal hour-long presentation. They couldn't present us a plan before it was put together, sir.
Okay. And again, tonight, again, I just want to make sure we're careful with our comments, because I know Mr. Gotz, you made a comment, to the commissioner about the MOU. That was 2 elections ago. He was just elected. It was even prior to myself being elected, so he wasn't around when that was even signed. So I just want to make sure you're cautious with comments and how things are made.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's not your fault, but the problem is you have to live with what was signed back then.
I know, but the comment that was made as if he had been a part of that process.
I understand, and as I said, you weren't. The November 7th, you have your presentation supposedly from 7:50. Now, I'm wondering, at that presentation, are we allowed the same time as they are to give the counter presentation on that?
Personally, if I may respond, Mr. Chair, I don't think that's a bad idea. Okay. I think it'll be a great opportunity for you to present your side and them to present their side. And I don't have a problem with that at all. But I'm going to ask them and you as well to be respectful to each other's presentation and let us decide based upon those semantics. And if we do that, it's a fair shake, it's a fair commitment, and everybody leaves with no regrets. That's all that I ask.
That would be very fair on the 7th. We still would like to have the opportunity, though, because there's a lot of information that we're not able to convey to you as easily as the presentation that we can put together that will really give you the meat and potatoes from people who have been through this now for 2 or 3 years, not just 7 or 8 months from our side. So we would like to give you that educational first, and then when we have the November 7th meeting, we would like equal time would be very fair. I appreciate that, Commissioner Johnson. I hope the rest of the commission would look favorably on that suggestion.
Ms. Outlaw, can you remind me again, November the 7th, that's just a workshop session?
November 7th is scheduled as a special board meeting with a single item agenda of 750 only. So you have a wide range of discretion in terms of having dual presentations, the amount of time and what have you, because you will not be taking up any other business. So it's a single item agenda, and it is a special board meeting, wherein if the board wanted to take action at the end of the night, you would be in a position to do that or not.
Okay. So I'm hearing at this time a request for a presentation. Folks, if we can have it down, we have a lot of discussion going on. So I have a request for a presentation at this point.
So we're talking about a presentation before the 7th.
Correct, before November 7th.
Or on the 7th. Are we talking on the 7th?
I heard a request for it, next meeting perhaps.
Well, that's what I was looking at, but then the discussion has arisen of the 7th, so I'm...
Okay. Well, he was talking about us possibly doing allowing them to do the presentation, next meeting as well. But also there was a comment made about November 7th. So what are we on, November 7th or next meeting as an agenda issue or presentation?
May I clarify? There's going to be, the presentation next meeting would be educational on what currently exists. Obviously, the plan has not been completed yet, supposedly. So you're going to get a presentation on the 7th, and we would like to counter that presentation because we know the plan will be finalized in the next 2 weeks. So that will give us time to do our investigation and look at the different parts of the plan and how it's going to affect St. Lucie County and be able to give you a good counter on the 7th. But prior to that, we would still like to give you a little bit of education from some people who are living through this now in other parts of the country.
So group, do you want to wait until 7th, or do you want to have a presentation upcoming meeting?
It doesn't bother me at all. Education's always good for all of us.
Okay, we'll have a presentation at the next meeting then. County Administrator, if you wouldn't mind getting with Mr. Gotz, and you can decide on time frame for that, and we'll coordinate. Generally, again, those are not to be, there wouldn't be an hour-long presentation at the next meeting, though, just so you're aware.
I would have to discuss that with our task force and see what our best information. We've got a plethora of information, and we'd like to just get you the best couple of pieces out of that. Some of them are 12 minutes, some of them are 20, but we'd like to get a couple of pieces. So, 30 to 45 minutes would really be a good presentation. I think clear up a lot of questions you may have.
Okay. All right, Ms. Outlaw, you can coordinate. Thank you. All right, Mr. Latimer.
He's so patient.
Now back to public comment.
I do have a request to reset the clock since it was interrupted so many times.
You have 1 minute. I repeat, 1 minute.
Anyhow, real quick, my first comment has to do, I did not know that Donna Carlson is no longer part of the Veterans Group because my wife and her uncle has been greatly assisted through that office. And also, I don't know how well you advertise the fact that it does exist, but it does help a lot of veterans with their whatever situations dealing with veteran agencies. But anyhow, first comment. My other comments that I've written was concerning All Aboard Florida and the planned train going from Miami to Orlando by way of Cocoa. I would hope eventually the county would support an idea of having it connect to the Tri-Rail and it allowing us access, hopefully a stop here in the Treasure Coast, so we could access events down in the South Florida area by ways of the Tri-Rail, and also allowing us to have access to events, especially on weekends and special events up in the Orlando area as this project continues. And the next issue has to do with hopefully solving the problem with the high quantity of fresh water in the Indian River. I know you talked about the saltwater mixture, and I would hope that you could work with the adjacent counties in both the Treasure Coast and the Space Coast to make this waterway desirable for all that use it, both full-time, all-year residents and tourists. My wife and I do kayaking from time to time, and right now the water conditions are not suitable for kayaking because of the conditions of the algae and the bacteria count and stuff. And also, I understand that I've read some articles in the paper concerning the effects of septic tanks along the waterways, that maybe the county could seek federal funds to possibly allow those who live adjacent to waterways that have outflow into the Indian River connect to a sewage system. I know the city of Port St. Lucie did, I don't know if there was, I know there was some federal funding available for the citywide sewer system, and I'm thinking there's maybe targeted areas along the waterways that connect the rivers and canals and whatever that connect into the Indian River, to maybe proceed after those areas first and draw up a sewer system in such a way that you can go after them first, especially in the older areas. I understand after like 30 or 40 years that septic tanks tend to deteriorate and the systems aren't as efficient as they were when they were originally installed. And I understand in Indian River County they're contemplating putting a sewer system, something similar to what they did in Port St. Lucie, but where they use the existing septic tank as the tank, and then put the pump in the existing septic tank and then connect to a sewer system. So, and then the other issue is the road, Walton Road between Leonard Road and Indian River Drive has seemed to have deteriorated. I know it was brought up during a city council meeting a few weeks ago, and I had an opportunity to look at it to realize that the condition is deteriorating, and that hopefully the eastern part from Leonard Road all the way to US 1 has been redid and really looks good. But that one segment from Leonard Road to east to Indian River Drive does need some help. And also I would ask the county commissioners to give whatever help they can to the city of Port St. Lucie concerning this situation with rehab centers, whatever data you may have. I know their issue is not against rehab centers, it was just the issue about the location. I think being away from a hospital a few miles may not be adequate for the services of the people, especially the adjacent roads that may not get clogged up with traffic with schools and stuff in the area. And thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Latimer. Good evening.
Hi, stranger. Captain Don Voss, Marine Cleanup, and I'm here tonight as a citizen. I live at 323 Leeward Lane in Fort Pierce. Tomorrow morning, at like 4 hours from now, we're going to be boarding a bus and heading to Washington, D.C. They're so afraid of us, I heard they left town. Undaunted, we're going in the Oval Office. We're going to make prank calls on the red phone. So we're going to go there. I have personal meetings with Senators Rubio and with Senator Nelson. I'm meeting with Robert Coker of Sugar, and we're going to meet with the Army Corps of Engineers, chief person up there, to see what we can come about. Our basic goal is to get everybody to the table. Our 3 points are: the water has to quit going east and west, the water must go south, and they need to get that land. I spoke with Mr. Coker about this, and he offered to buy our bus to Washington, D.C., and I said no, we didn't need that. We had a wonderful group of boys and girls and women and men that washed cars and baked cookies, and we raised $8,000 in the last 8 days. To pay our own way to go, and I said, if you'd like to do something, give us the land. He said he didn't know me well enough. It was our first date. We had to have more dates before he'd do something like his exact words. We've had 3 meetings with him. We're going to meet him again in Washington. Senator Rubio did give us a letter of support, which we posted on our website. We're very excited about that. He swore there was no way on earth that he would meet and understand anything that a tree hugger had to say, but he's asked me back now 2 more times. I've had 2 successful marriages, so I think I know how to negotiate.
I feel like I'm in a stand-up comedy hour with you, Mr. Daw.
You can imagine what it's going to be like in Washington, D.C. on C-SPAN in about 35 hours. I would just like to thank the commissioners. It was a wonderful thing that you all came together and passed that resolution of a state of emergency. We appreciate that. That does not go unnoticed. Our organization, which from the east and the west now is over 105,000 people, if you count the petitioners that we have, that makes us feel a little powerful. I can't imagine what's going to happen when they give me an open mic in Washington, D.C. I thank you very much. I got to get going. I have some sandwiches to make. Thank you very much.
And by the way,
see you in a
Captain,
couple of days.
Thank you for your efforts as well, Captain. You're always a joy to work with, so thank you. Appreciate it. Good evening, Mr. Baum.
Good evening. My name is Marty Baum, Jensen Beach, Florida. I am your Indian River Keeper. I, too, would like to thank you for the resolution that you passed in joining Martin County, and I'm very proud that Indian River County did a resolution in support of us. I'm disappointed that we have not yet been able to make any inroads in that, but the game isn't over, and I think it's an important thing that you did, and I thank you for it. Before you spend millions of dollars pumping water into the lagoon, there's 2 zero-cost things you can do that will have probably every bit as much or more impact on your seagrasses. The first one is revisit and pass a meaningful fertilizer ordinance that includes 50% slow-release nitrogen and a blackout date from May until the end of September. Today is the first day off the blackout in Martin County. Our citizens know, because we've been talking about this. All you have to do is go down there and look. And you cannot tell the difference between a Martin County lawn and a Stewart lawn, and Stewart does not have a blackout. So when Dr. Trenhold gets here and she starts giving you that skewed science that we heard about at the 6-county coalition, just please keep that in mind. The citizens are aware that for no cost at all, we get a 28% reduction in the nutrient load coming off the properties of the county. The other thing is, and I got to tell you, this did not make me very popular at the Rivers Coalition meeting. I asked Boyd of the South Florida Water Management District if he could shunt C-25 water north or south and get it out of our inlet. And the place got real quiet, and he couldn't hardly believe that I had the guts to say that in a room dedicated to stopping Okeechobee discharges. But that is what needs to happen. Please, petition Army Corps, petition the Water Management District, who actually owns that structure, and be aggressive. Tell them to send the water somewhere else. Our estuary's dead down south. We need to protect the Little Jim Flat. 141 species of fish. You know, it's a nursery for our offshore fishes. Please, please, you can help yourself in a great way by forcing them to shunt that water north or south, and the means are there to do it. Don't let them give you a bunch of excuses. Now, the last thing I'd like to talk about tonight is the petroleum tank farm that they're trying to sneak in our port of Port Pierce. You know, that's a dirty thing all the way from beginning to end. They came around behind the scenes, they snuck around quietly talking to commissioners and to mayors and everybody else, and they did not include themselves in 4 public charrettes and discussions with the people. They did not announce their intentions until after the 130-person workshop. This is dirty. This is corrupt. They shouldn't even be given the time of day. And I understand that it's going to take a change, an amendment to your comprehensive growth management plan for that thing to go forward. And I very, very much would like you to not make any changes to accommodate them. The risk that's involved with putting light petroleum fuel at the last healthy inlet on all of the lagoon is not worth the 75 jobs. You've lost more jobs to the discharges coming out of C-25 than you will gain by putting a time bomb in our port. I'm serious about this. Think that through. This is just another example of a subsidized corporate polluter raising their standard of living at the cost of ours, putting us under risk. And you all fully well, you understand that the petroleum industry will tell you anything to get it there, and then when something bad goes, they just don't, they obscure it, they obstruct it, they don't want to accept responsibility, they fight it, they delay it. There's 8,000 people that have died that never got paid for the Exxon Valdez because they have litigated it out. So please, please, I would ask you to consider that. You know, we heard about the resident-centered rights and stuff, and I wrote that down. Please reconsider the fertilizer ordinance. You know, it's Indian River County finally joined us. If you need for us to come speak, I could ask Dr. Baker or Dr. Lisa Soto or why am I dropping her name? Edie Witter.
By the way,
visit with you.
Mr. Baum, Ms. Outlaw, I think you have an update on that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This is holding your time.
That the staff report and update to the board will be on your October 8th informal meeting, which is at 9 o'clock in Conference Room 3. So we do have that report ready to go and be presented to the board, and we'll be looking to get direction from the board on how you want us to move forward after the informal meeting.
Most excellent. Yes. Most excellent. Okay. I'm one of those going to Washington. You know, when we raised money on the bridges, the Hands Across the Bridge, with our car wash, I'd like you to know that Commissioner Sadowski was there washing cars with us, helping us out. I got sunburned pretty good, and I've been sore for 2 days. It wasn't easy. Anyway. Lots of good things going on in the community. For the first time ever, I think we have an opportunity to make a meaningful difference, and I appreciate your efforts to become part of that with your resolutions, and I hope that you look at the fertilizer ordinances. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Baum.
Good evening. Ezra Appel, 999 Southwest 38th Street, Palm City. Commissioners, thank you for giving me this opportunity.
I'm sorry, I didn't. Did you last name again?
Ezra Appel, A-P-P-E-L.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. Marty, thank you for everything that you said. Bringing this down to a human level, our company adopted Spoil Island. I work with the Indian River Lagoon Aquatic Preserve, and I cannot tell you what a jewel you have here in St. Lucie County. The St. Lucie Inlet is a gorgeous, one of the most beautiful inlets that we have in South Florida. For you to even consider putting in a petroleum tank farm is not an option. It's not an option. As not just public officials, but I beseech you as human beings of this planet to think about the last images that the Voyager took of the world, of our planet, where everything you know, everyone you love, everyone you ever met and will meet was this big, and it left, and that's all we have. Look back and think about whether or not you want to gamble or trade the idea of a petroleum tank farm here in St. Lucie County. It's not an option, and I urge you not to do that. I want you to look at also the money that you're investing in your beautiful downtown marine development and what would happen to that if, which is probably more than likely, there was an oil spill. We should be good stewards of the earth. We should be thinking about what will our children be thinking of us. I want you to go home tonight and look at your wife, look at your children, look at the people in this room, and look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself one question. Are you doing everything you can as good stewards of this planet to protect what you have? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Appel. Good evening, Ms. Fry.
Good evening. Nice to see you all. Thank you for the opportunity to speak under public comment. I am Phyllis Fry at 275 Date Palm Road in Vero Beach, Florida. I'd like to congratulate the people that work on the lagoon. It's inspiring. It is to know that citizens' initiatives can make the difference, can make all the difference. And we applaud you and everyone in this room and everyone in the sound of my voice. We thank you. The American Coalition for Property Rights would like to congratulate the Detour Torino Neighborhood Grassroots Organization here tonight for standing up for their property rights and preventing the federal intrusion of an FHA drug detox rehab facility in their area. They fought against the violation of their property rights and justifiably ended the threat of drugs, crime, and prostitution in their neighborhood. Now they faced a new hurdle, 750, another federal intrusion that will affect their property rights. Our private living spaces are being again assaulted by the federal enforcement of what are called sustainable communities, which are clusters of low-income, HUD, high-density populations, stack and pack high-rises with demographic quotas that will prohibit the use of automobiles. This federally enforced HUD program will destroy property values, cause taxes to necessarily skyrocket, create massive government dependency, and bring drugs, crime, and prostitution into our neighborhoods. But it gets worse. Sean Donovan, Secretary of HUD, described the 750 plan in an August press release by saying, and I quote, "During the months ahead in one of the most ambitious social reengineering projects ever undertaken by the federal government, racial mapping of every neighborhood and every community in the United States will take place," end quote. The current administration followed with, and I quote, "We will overcome all legal barriers to install sustainable communities," end quote. Let me emphasize that. Overcome all legal barriers? HUD placed 750 on the fast track through their Social Equity Analysis and Opportunity Index report on page 30. High on their opportunity list, they targeted the PGA Golf Club and Country Club, North Hutchinson Island, and 3 state parks. These are, they quote, ethnically deficient and are high priority target areas for implementing the Sustainable Communities Plan, end quote, as are all communities which are particularly deficient in social justice planning, end quote. This census study, and I quote, "will decide access to valuable community assets," end quote. Do we think that 750 is going to ask permission from the homeowners associations and boards of directors, or planning and zoning boards or residents when they come to socially re-engineer their neighborhoods? I don't think so, folks. This is not about social equity. The feds are not doing this out of the goodness of their hearts. As stated, it is about social reengineering. It is about the nationalization of our living spaces. It is about the mass relocation of populations against our will. It is about taking away our legal right to local planning and zoning. If 750 goes through with their plan, they will be violating the Florida Constitution and statutes of home rule. If the County Commission allows this, you will be violating your oath of office. Of all the groups I've spoken to in the last year, whom do you think understands this issue like that? The veterans of foreign wars, yes, because they fought against tyranny on foreign soil, and they know that we the people are fighting it now on home soil. Sometimes I think Americans have been living under freedom for so long that they don't recognize the face of tyranny anymore, for which countless millions lost their lives. Sometimes I think American people, the leader of 750, those who are defending our property rights, Andre Dwani, said to us, he called us a tyranny of the minority, end quote. I submitted that when the defense of liberty becomes a crime, tyranny is already in force. Stop to tyranny. Stop 750. It is an un-American idea. Everyone against 750, within the sound of my voice, please stand up. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Dave Griffin. I live at 1981 Southeast Mandrake Circle in Port St. Lucie. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. 750 is like something you ask for in the mail because you just want to try it. You don't intend to keep getting it, but all of a sudden you find yourself getting bills in the mail just because you didn't tell them to stop. Or you see a picture in a catalog. When the product comes, maybe it's the wrong size or the color isn't the same as you saw in the picture. That's not a big problem with most mail order catalogs. You just send it back. How does that work in 750? Go back to Westchester County. We have ironclad statutes that protect property rights. HUD just bullied their way right past them. We don't want to be another Westchester County. Amendment 4 of the Constitution of the United States reads, and this is my handbook with the Constitution in it, Amendment 4, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue, but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons to be seized. Well, some say, oh, that Constitution, well, that's old and outdated. Well, our Constitution was written for just such a time as this. It is just as relevant today, if not even more relevant today, than it was written, because it was written to prevent what's happening in this very time. Our property rights shall not be taken away, not by the federal government or the UN or anyone else. That is why, to do this, they have to blatantly ignore the Constitution, and that's why in representing 750, they have to misrepresent and not tell the truth of all that this will mean in the end. Now, I understand the taking of property for an interstate highway, the turnpike, or the Cross-Channel Expressway in Port St. Lucie. Those people had to give up their property to carve out a path for the parkway. Those people were hopefully paid a fair price for their property. If they weren't, they could get a lawyer and hopefully get it. Then, of course, they were allowed to choose where they wanted to live. They could move 15 miles west to the country, or they could move to a nice, secure, gated community and hope 750 doesn't get passed. The point is, they had their choice. I know we're sounding like a broken record, but they did not move into a high-rise unless they wanted to. I'll be dead and gone to heaven when the full effect of 750 is realized. but I have family and friends that will be left behind. I don't want them in that situation, or they'll say, if Dave knew, why didn't he do more to stop it? St. Lucie County signed a memorandum of understanding. No matter how long ago it was signed, we are in unless you commissioners vote no. Please vote no to get out of 750. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Adjust this. Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for having us in public comment. My name is Eva Reese, R-I-E-S. I'm at 5209 Palmetto Avenue in Fort Pierce, and I'm coming before you tonight to make a request. And the request is that the Commissioners authorize a public hearing on seasonal fertilizer bans for waterfront properties. We know that enacted in Martin and Indian River counties, the fertilizer bans are in place, they're working, and St. Lucie should not be an outlier because we are aware of the fact that the Lake Okeechobee discharges do carry fertilizer, and it is devastating to the St. Lucie River, and it's devastating the estuary. If we can have a public hearing and discuss this further so that the commissioners can get more information and make a decision, it would be beneficial. Local property owners should be more vigilant and should be more aware of the contribution of pesticides, fertilizers, and the uses of chemicals. And I say that to walk the walk and talk the talk because I am a waterfront property owner. My property is located right across from White City Park on the opposite bank. And perhaps I'm a little bit more sensitive and appreciative of what a seasonal fertilizer regulation and ordinance would do because I work for a conservation nonprofit, One More Generation. And as the director of avian research, I can tell you that my observations is that there's less fish jumping, there's less animals on the river, and I see my neighbors using a lot of chemical fertilizers during the wet season, and it's really not necessary. It's adding to the problem. If we're already subject to the discharges from Lake Okeechobee, then all of us who are on the waterfront need to be vigilant and responsible for the decisions we make as well. So I implore you, please consider a public hearing on a seasonal fertilizer ordinance in St. Lucie. Please do not let us be an outlier and not act in the way, a responsible way that Martin County and Indian River County has done. If there's anything I can do as a board member of a conservation organization to provide or give information to help the Board of Commissioners make a decision and authorize a hearing, please avail me of that opportunity. I would be glad to do anything I can to get you the information or research to help you make an informed decision. So again, please consider authorizing a public hearing. My second thing is I would like to thank Commissioner Zadowski for the work that he has done in looking into this and wish him Godspeed tomorrow for the meeting that Congressman Murphy is holding on the Treasure Coast's behalf. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Katie Louie. My address is 473 Southeast Essex Drive, Port St. Lucie, Florida. Thank you for your time. I'm actually here tonight as well to request that you guys also revisit the fertilizer ordinance. As a mom, as a resident, you know, the water concerns, it's scary. And we all realize that the problem is tremendous. And it's really, on top of what we're already dealing with, we're also going to have to look at it from a local level. You know, revisiting this as, you know, implemented in Martin County, you know, this is something that we really should revisit and pass. Also, to mention the petroleum tank farm, not good. You know, when we're dealing with a lagoon that is just on a normal day, very, very fragile, just not something this county needs right now. And that's about it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Charlotte Munsick. I live at 1416 15th Avenue in Vero Beach. And I thank you, commissioners and staff, for this opportunity to speak with you. Does anyone here really understand what the consequences of 750 would be here on the Treasure Coast? Has anybody thought through the rosy picture from 750 to its effects, to what they will be on the average citizen simply trying to survive from day to day? There are examples all around us, and I'll mention just one. I'm going to be speaking about Newark, New Jersey. A similar thing is going on in Chicago, Illinois. But in Newark, the government built housing much like that being offered through 750, namely inexpensive but nice, sustainable, high-rise buildings. They were proudly referred to as projects, which has rather a nice, rosy, positive, healthy connotation, doesn't it? Does it sound familiar? Those projects were 10 to 15 stories high and filled with small apartments that were air-conditioned and heated. These were provided to replace the poor, humble, private dwellings the people had been living in previously. In their original homes, mothers were able to keep an eye on their kids as they played outside. But in those homes, there seldom was air conditioning or even heat sometimes. As in any neighborhood, there was also some crime. But, this is a big but, neighbors knew each other. They knew each other's children. They cared about and they helped each other. There was a sense of community, of belonging. When the government took their homes and provided the apartments, nice as they were, and certainly they were nicer than the original homes, the sense of community disappeared. Mothers busy with housework in an apartment no longer had a way of watching their children outside. The neighbor couldn't help either. Control of the kids became very difficult and eventually was lost. As air conditioning and heating systems, water pipes, and electrical service broke down, the government, like any self-respecting slumlord, paid no attention to the residents' pleas for help. Drug peddlers discovered the unattended playgrounds, and they moved in to ply their evil trade. Crime escalated. The people in frustration started trashing the buildings. Neighbors no longer knew or cared about each other. Those government-built slums, yes, slums, were totally destroyed. People moved out, and later those projects had to be torn down because they became health and safety hazards. In point of fact, they were a safety hazard as soon as they were built. The lesson here is simply this: the American people do not want to be forced into socially engineered living arrangements. Social engineering creates slums. There is no other appropriate word, slums, where all kinds of crime escalates, goes up, it skyrockets. 750 will provide the people of St. Lucie County with all of these dubious benefits. I say, with all due respect, if you county commissioners want to see a huge increase in all kinds of crime, by all means, welcome 750 into St. Lucie County. But just remember, the vengeance of your constituents, whom you will have betrayed, will come down on your heads. I thank you for listening to me.
Commissioners, staff, citizens, my name is John Davis, 5244 Compass Cove, Fort Pierce. First, I'd like to thank the commissioners, especially Commissioner Dudowski, for their leadership Saturday in Hands Across the Lagoon. Also, the fertilizer ordinance, I think we need to readdress that. And the other thing, the tank farm, there's 75 jobs. I would almost bet you they're coming from out of state. They're not going to hire anybody here, so we don't need a tank farm. I will read this as fast as I can to cover all the lies and misinformation that the American Coalition for Property Rights groups have put out for my 5 minutes. I bought a flag today to prove that anyone here can stand and wave a flag. My opinion is that it is unethical to use the American flag as a tool for propaganda or to manipulate public opinion. Too many good Americans have given their lives for that flag for you use it so cheaply. Do you want to be a patriot? Put on a uniform and serve. The first thing you'll learn is respect. Last meeting we sat here and listened to about 20 of you say your position. We did not interrupt you. When 3 or 4 of us tried to speak, we were continuously interrupted, and the commissioners had to intervene to tell you to be quiet for us to get some respect. I want to address the lie that you claim about being nonpartisan. Last week I heard your radio advertisement on the Rush Limbaugh and Sean Hannity radio shows. Nonpartisan. Your meeting in Palm City on Saturday was addressed by all Republicans. In fact, one Indian River County commissioner proudly proclaimed that he was known as, quote, the ultra-right-wing wacko. Your meeting in Palm City was sponsored by the Martin County Republican Executive Committee, and people there were handing out Tea Party business cards. Nonpartisan? Yeah, right. Another issue is the statement that one lady made last week about living in high-rises and not being able to pick your neighbor. That reminded me of when I was a kid back in the 50s and 60s. A person of color would try to move into the all-white neighborhood. Us white folk would say, we had to protect our property rights, and this would ruin our neighborhood. Our property values would go down. Our communities would be destroyed. It took me a long time to get that bull out of my brain, and I can see many still have not. This group is talking the same stuff. So it's okay for them to have their high-rises on the beach filled with white folk, but to build one around transportation, jobs, in an environmentally friendly way in our communities with middle and low-class diverse populations, can't let that happen. Wow, what does that say? Your meeting in Palm City was attended by 60 to 70 people. I was there. They all had one thing in common that became very obvious. No people of color. Not even any Hispanics. No diversity. I thought I was in a Ku Klux Klan meeting, only without the sheets. St. Lucie County is a very diverse, populated
come
area.
On, folks. Come on.
A little respect, please. St. Lucie County is a very diverse, populated area. The commissioners, I know I need not to remind you that you work for and represent all the people, most of whom do not attend these meetings, but rely on you to do what is in their best interest and the best interest of all of us, not just a few. These people will continue to waste your time, our county time, and your time at these meetings. I suggest you do a resolution that will not take any action to withdraw from this plan and wait until all the information and plans are out in the public for all the people to read and understand prior to the county taking any action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Linda Nichols, 1450 Southwest Selene Avenue, Port St. Lucie. I have a belief that is the same as Alexis de Tocqueville. When the past no longer illuminates the future, the spirit walks in darkness. Alexis de Tocqueville believed in liberty. He was a Frenchman who visited our shores for 2 years to study democracy in America. And he had several reflections on that he wrote in a book which many of us have read, Of Democracy in America. It was published in 1835. Tocqueville saw democracy as an equation that balanced liberty and equality, concern for the individual as well as for the community. This is a principle upon which America was founded, the individual as well as the community. Tocqueville was an ardent supporter of liberty. He wrote, I have a passionate love for liberty, law, and respect for rights. I am neither of the Revolutionary Party nor the Conservative. Liberty is my foremost passion. He wrote of political consequences of the social state of the Anglo-Americans by saying, but one also finds in the human heart a depraved taste for equality, which impels the weak to want to bring the strong down to their level, and which reduces men to preferring equality in servitude to inequality in freedom. That is what 750 is all about. It is saying that this person belongs to this diversity group, and that person belongs to another diversity group. If we trust the American government to get the balance correct, I would suggest that we ask the American Indian. Name to me a single treaty that was ever honored. Back to Tocqueville, when citizens are all almost equal, it becomes difficult for them to defend their independence against the aggression of power. As none of them is strong enough to fight alone with advantage, the only guarantee of liberty is for everyone to combine forces. But such a combination is not always in evidence. He thought that through associating, the coming together of people for mutual purpose, both in public and private, as our group that is saying we do not want 750, Americans are able to overcome selfish desires, thus making both a self-conscious and active political society and a vibrant civil society, functioning independently from the state. Tocqueville did not originate the concept of individualism. Instead, he changed its meaning and saw it as a calm and considered feeling which disposes each citizen to isolate himself from the mass of his fellows and to withdraw into the circle of family and friends. With this little society formed in his taste, he gladly leaves the greater society to look for itself. When individualism was a positive force and prompted people to work together for common purposes and seen as self-interest properly understood, then it helped to counterbalance the changes and the danger of the tyranny of the majority. Since people could take control over their own lives without government aid. We are being driven into a conformity that is anti-American. It is not in our history, it is not in our blood to be forced to live where we're told to, drive a car or not drive a car as we're told to, choose what we eat by the government or anything else. I would leave you with this little thought as my time is up. There was someone who expressed to the nth degree his position. He was with the 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines in World War I at the Battle of Belleau Woods. He was an American Marine. and he said, "Retreat hell, we just got here."
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Kenneth Olin. I live at 4097. I did this morning, Gator Trace Road in Fort Pierce. I'd like to make 2 points. The first point only requires your attention and memory. 2 to 3 feet increase in sea level is a wild exaggeration. The average temperature of the Earth has been calculated about 58 degrees, and there's some leeway in that. And we're talking about tenths of a degree change in average temperature. Tenths. That's within 1 standard deviation, and from the standpoint of statistics, is meaningless. The people that want to work on climate change want a bigger piece of a small pie to do research, to publish papers, to be on the never-ending treadmill of publish or perish. And this is, I think in the last month's meeting, told there is no climate change or global warming. So just remember that. Statistically, you can look at the curves, but look at the axis and see how they're magnified up. Second point, the idea which has been presented, and it's just an idea, for 750 is rather frightening. It suggests that a board of 4 people representing commercial and business interests in the 7-county region, which is probably now 6, 1 from perhaps agriculture, 1 from tourism, 1 from transportation, and certainly 1 from real estate, will make irrevocable decisions on the development of the region. That in itself is frightening, because our elected officials may not have the power of choice or veto. I know that, well, it's been reported that Commissioner Zadisky would like to be involved with this to represent St. Lucie County and make sure everything's on an even keel. We don't know if he's going to have that authority. We don't know what is going to be in the final proposal. All we know is we don't want to repeat of what happened in Westchester, New York. We don't want to repeat of what's happened in Chicago. We don't want to repeat of what happened in New Jersey. We should learn from the mistakes and not go in that direction. So what I would like from the Commission this evening is one action. I want your word, and you can put it in the form of a motion if you like, that when this final proposal comes out, you're dying to see what's in it, we're all dying to see what's in it, I would like to review it, everybody would like to review it. Right now what we have is a little, well, it's more than a little frightening as to our property rights and the direction that development will go in this region. So I would like the commissioners at this point to say, as soon as that proposal is available, it will be reproduced in its entirety in the newspaper, or will be distributed to everyone that gives you their email address. This is not the response to a solicitation for a bid, so it should be an open document available for everyone to see. With that, I'll give you something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Mixed up my paper. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rodica Novak, R-O-D-I-C-A Novak, N-O-V-A-K. I live in 4200 North A1A Fort Pierce in beautiful state of Florida. 750 is a child of the United Nations. New World Order and Agenda 21, signed by George H.W. Bush and encountered by Clinton, very happy. It was never ratified, nevertheless, we Americans are seeing our rights taken away from us daily. Our rights has a guarantee by the Constitution of the United States. We now have the right to live wherever we want to shop whatever we want to, and to travel how and where we want to. But 750 will change all that. Under 750, we will be herded like cattle into stuck and packed housing that will be nothing less than concentration camps. That is what concentration means, to concentrate the people under state control. I know that because I'm talking about. I am from Romania. I lived under communist state control until I was accepted as a political refugee and came here to my beloved America on July 25, 1980 at Kennedy Airport. 5 years later, on July the 3rd, the happiest day of my life, I received my American citizenship. I am not a Romanian American. I am American, and I believe in this country. I do not understand why we have to beg you not to vote for this plan. Who are these people who want to tell us how to live? These people who came up with 750, what right do they have to take away my property rights or make living more difficult for me because they decided my lifestyle isn't sustainable? They want to steal our property for their own money schemes. What is what it is? A scheme to take away American wealth and give it to the rest of the undeserving world and leeches, mostly controlled by communists or whatever they want to call themselves. I will tell you what unsustainable means. It is living under communist, socialist, Marxist control. I beg you again, please, vote now and run them out of the state of Florida. We are not California, New York, or Massachusetts. We believe in what it means to be an American. Freedom. Why you want to give our country away? I don't know. I don't understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
That's a hard act to follow. My name is Arthur Apisomian. I live at 2142 Southeast Morningside Boulevard, Port St. Lucie, the beautiful city of Port St. Lucie. As somebody has said earlier this evening, we have a jewel in the lagoon. So I'm going to start with, I think, the important issue, the lagoon, and people have rightly mentioned the local impact. But folks, this is a national issue. Everybody in the country is looking at Florida and how we manage our affairs, how we protect our resources, how we treat our residents. And what kind of news have they gotten about Florida lately? Pollution, flesh-eating algae in the water, you can't fish, you can't swim, the fish are dying. What do you think this is doing to the state of Florida economically? The people, the generations that yet to come, people who are still coming to Florida as a place to retire because of its wonderful resources and climate, and how precious our area is, that everybody not only wants to take advantage of it, they also want to abuse it. So let me just say very briefly, fuel depot in Fort Pierce, no way, no way. bad idea. But I wanted to just underline the fact that this is more than a regional issue. The quality of the lagoon. I thank Commissioner Zadowski for his efforts, and everybody. I know that the local press has been following this issue, and I applaud everything that's being done on that behalf. That was my main issue, but there's been so much said about this 750 concept. If it is going to be implemented badly, keep your eyes open so that you know what's going on. Don't walk into any kind of an agreement with blindfolders on. Cooperation is better than division. The oldest military dictum is divide and conquer. If you can benefit from cooperative effort with other counties, I think that's something to do. But it has to be done properly. I'm very amused by people who parade their love of individuality, but never talk about the corporations who have taken away your choice of health care, how you work, where you live, your taxes, your insurance, your automobiles. We have the worst health care. We have the most stupid automobiles on the road. And there's no problem. Nobody's complaining about that. The corporations have done that. They've taken away your choice. They have socialized your options, not the government. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Burton.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mary Burton, and I live at 5209 Silver Oak Drive in Fort Pierce. I'm here to say I do not give my authority to be signed over to a region. Having said that, I was going to talk about 750, but I'm so disturbed by a lot of the comments that I hear tonight. It's amazing that I do not wrap myself in a flag because it's in me. Some people and their families have given enough to be able to call themselves American, whether you served or not. I'm a seventh-generation Philadelphian. I've had somebody in just about every war that there was. The Civil War, the Revolutionary War, the Korean War, World War II, the Burma Road, liberating concentration camps. I must say that I'm an American. I'm not from the Ku Klux Klan. Give me a break. You know, we're finding more and more that when you want to present the truth, and if somebody doesn't like it, they get to call you a racist. And I, for one, am not going to take it. The people that come here to address you about 750, are we perfectly right? Maybe not. But I'll tell you, we are working on behalf of our community, each and every person that lives here. And we don't care what color they are. We're working together. We have done hundreds of hours of research. We've read hundreds of pages of documents. And not one person could say thank you. But we're doing it. We're doing it together because as Christians, we work together. And most of us were strangers until we came together about things like this. And I didn't know that if you advertised on Rush Radio that you're a racist. But I'm going to tell you now, my best friend is a Mexican. I don't choose my friends and my associates by the color of their skin. And I don't appreciate someone who feels that they can get up here and lie about me. And I'm not having it. Not only that, Commissioner Javosky, I know you made a comment that there have been no minorities and no poor people who have presented them before this board. And you were getting the big picture, and I'd like to know what that is. I am wearing my poor badge today. I don't like to announce that I'm poor. But since I'm being labeled and I'm being profiled, I'm going to present myself as what you think I am. I'm a poor person, and I am here against 750. So, now that I've got that out of the way, I wanted to talk about the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting that I was at the other night. Now, one of the commissioners on the planning board addressed Mr. Michael Busha and asked him if someone wanted to do an agricultural project in Homestead, would they have to get permission? And Mr. Busha emphatically stated that no, you would not have to go before the regional district council. He didn't say to the county commission, he did not say to your city council, he said you would not have to go before the regional district council. And I'm saying to you now, that came from, what is he, the executive director of the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Commission. So yes, we will be turned over to a regional district council. I think it's called the Southeast Florida / Caribbean District Council. And I do not give my permission for anyone elected official in St. Lucie County to turn me over to a district council. I just don't. And I think that we've done a lot of work here. And we're trying to come here as citizens to give our point of view, to help shape our county and to save it from what we think is going to be a disaster. And I'm tired of being labeled. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burke. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners, staff, and fellow citizens. My name is T.K. Como. I live at 2746 Southeast Eagle Drive in Port St. Lucie, Florida. I am one of your constituents. I had prepared a story for you tonight. I told you about Overton, I told you about the battle for Brooklyn, and I was going to tell you about the story of an immigrant family. But I decided, you know what? It's not all about me. So I decided to pass until I heard a comment that I had to stand up here and rebut. A little background. My father left his country in Central America on the day after Pearl Harbor. He fought bravely, was awarded a lot of medals for what he did in the Pacific Theater. Thank God he made it back to San Francisco, where his wife and 2 daughters were waiting for him. They had immigrated to the United States. My father had chosen to do that for his family. He left a good home, but he felt that it was better in the United States, and that's what he wanted for his children. My mother was left behind with 2 kids to make the trip to the United States during World War II. She landed in Brownsville, Texas, and was placed on a train to travel to San Francisco, where she would be housed until the end of the war. She knew nobody in the United States. God sent her a black conductor to not only take care of her and her children, to shepherd her across the country, and to teach her and me how to speak English. To this day, I bless the man because he made me totally colorblind. And I also bless God that I was able to pass that on to my children. I am the daughter of a World War II veteran. I am the wife of a Navy veteran. I have a daughter. One of my own daughters spent 5 years as an Army nurse. One of my son-in-laws has dedicated a big part of his life in the reserves. I know what it is to be part of a military family. I am a minority. And when I stand up here and talk to you, I do it because I'm not rich. I can't afford lawyers and consultants to come in here and tell you about 750 for me. And I doubt if any of the people here can afford it either. We are not rich. I was at that Palm City meeting Saturday. I was a Hispanic at the Palm City meeting. I want that on the record. At the Democratic National Convention in the summer of 1984, the Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson spoke about the Rainbow Coalition. He welcomed blacks, Jews, whites, Orientals, veterans, gays, lesbians, and even back then he was welcoming Arab Americans to his Rainbow Coalition. He recognized that the minority label was not going to cut it if he was going to grow the size of his coalition. That was almost 30 years ago, when a political leader acknowledged that the fabric of America was made up of people of many colors, races, religions, and orientations. St. Lucie County citizens represent a rainbow of races, religions, but they cannot be here tonight, so I, as a minority, am representing them. And I will make every effort to communicate to you my fear of a 750 plan that, to quote another political leader, you have to pass it first in order to find out what is in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Melinda Meikle from Vero Beach, 1612 West Camino del Rio, Vero Beach. Since the time for a decision on the St. Lucie County Memo of Understanding is quickly approaching, and for this reason, I just want to quickly review the 750 mega regional plan that's been proposed. In 1995, President Clinton signed the Executive Order 12858, recreating the President's Council on Sustainable Development. This effort was effectively pushed into American government machine by ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability, without any review by Congress or the American people, and continues on overdrive in this current administration. The way it works, communities pay ICLEI dues to provide local community plans, software, and training. Groups like the 750 regional planners follow the same environmental policy directives to reinvent government because they view private property as socially unjust. To aid in your review, I'm offering a scientific data report from the 2011 interim report, Non-Governmental International Panel on Climate Change. This report totally disputes the methods claiming that we are under global warming and the resulting scientific conclusions. Now, this was in 2011. I understand a recent one has been updated not too long ago with similar conclusions. This scholarly work also disputes the basis for the 750 regional plan and 11 other regional plans being hyped across America, and supports our urgent recommendations to back out of this overpowering invasion of our country. There is really no need to be on a quest for sustainable initiatives to start, because the conclusions of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change enlighten us with the following information. Plants like CO2. They grow faster with green biomass. The Earth counteracts warming effects. Ice is not melting. Seas are not accelerating. No rain or river flows that you can blame on CO2. Solar activity overrides man-made CO2 carbon contributions. The 750 presenters analyze our counties with the proposal to transport populations from high-density zones to low-density counties like St. Lucie and Indian River. They propose to build a railroad, remove us from our homes and cars to build a mega region that conforms with global environmental directives. In reality, voters can't support local governments that agree with these kinds of regulations because under the radar, the transfer of private property is going to government control. Please stop the 750 plan now. If you've read the evidence that we've personally supplied, you know by this time that this is just one of many cloaked plans to impose the tenets of social justice and socialism in our country and around the world. There's a lot at stake here, and for this reason I'd like to leave this report just to reflect on and look out. This is a scientifically validated report, not just hearsay, it's facts.
Thank you, Ms. Meikle. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Rhett Lloyd. I'm here to speak on 750. I'd like to thank the one gentleman for saying something intelligent about 750 rather than resorting to ad hominem and strawman attacks. We've heard two things in St. Lucie County over the last month. Pro 750. A, you must be a socialist or anti-socialist, you're against it, and B, if you're against it, you're part of the Klan, so we must throw the plan out. Unfortunately, some people still look at groups or ideas and judge them by the content of who they are or what they look like rather than actually who they are and what they believe in. And that's unfortunate that that still persists today because that only makes the situation worse when you continue to look at people as being part of a group rather than an individual for what they believe in and who they actually are as a person. And to think that, you know, I wonder if you put an ad on a radio station, you know, it's you must be a Klan member, a racist, and why are you listening to that station? I don't know. So I'd like to actually talk about something productive, and that's 750. And the one gentleman was correct in that it is something about the corporations. It is a plan for crony capitalism to reward its special interests. And it plans on doing so to three special industries: rail, ag, and fiber optics. These are going to be the ones who will actually prosper from 750. The rest of us are going to suffer from poverty because what they're going to do is take from everybody to give to make sure that these special industries receive benefits and competition barriers or subsidies in order for them to be profitable. And what's going to happen is for them to profit, everyone else is going to have to lose. The money has to come from somewhere. And unlike the market where we go out and we give our money to a business and we sell them our dollars and they sell us goods, two people benefit from that transaction. But when you have this crony corporatism where some people are forced or everyone's forced to make sure that some profit, everyone's losing while only a few gain, and that's really what 750 is about. I mean, you can talk about you know, what you think of as socialist or, you know, I believe it's more crony capitalist, like the gentleman pointed out, because these are the special interests tied to new urbanism. I mean, they want free fiber optic for everybody. How are they going to get free fiber optic? Nothing's free in this world other than smiles, hugs, and love. I mean, when you pay our goods and services, there's going to be a price tag associated with that. Another thing in 750 is they want to build the urban centers and then give away free parking. So you're going to have the most valuable property in town, which will be around the urban centers where all this business is supposed to be, and now this is going to be a free parking for, you know, the people to park at to get to the rail. How are we going to make money on taxes, or how are businesses going to make money on that property that's going to have prime real estate? One of the other things I talked about last night or last week in the Planning and Zoning Commission was that a gentleman asked about the comprehensive plan, and 750 released a subsidiarity report. And a subsidiarity report decides who makes what decisions. So in 2010, we signed an agreement where we can't get out of 750 unless we vote it out, but we don't even know who's going to be making the decisions. And they list 45 decisions that are made by governments from local government to the federal government. Now with 750, there's 21 more decisions being made out of the 45 by the bureaucracy of 750. 16 of those are in transportation, and 12 of their 21 decisions are on a level where before there was nobody beyond St. Lucie County that had control. So they are taking control away, and I have the documents because they released it in their May report. And to say that we don't know what's happening in 750, that's incorrect. They have webinars that anybody can attend online. They post them. They don't even care if you put NA as your name and don't give them your information. I mean, we know what's going on with this, and it's going to lead to poverty. Some will prosper, buy stock in ag, local ag, buy stock in rail, and buy stock in fiber optics, and you might have a chance to do well from 750. Otherwise, you're going to get the shaft. And the other straw man attack was, they must have tinfoil hats because they look a certain way, or there's enough people in a group so we can judge them a certain way. Well, I wonder who else claims that by taking from all to give to a few they can create prosperity. Who else claims that by limiting competition can the quality of life increases? They actually say for food, and one of the most important things in people who don't have discretionary income to spend is the price of living. Well, they blame low-priced, cheap food from other countries where labor is less, and so they're able to provide food to people at a lower price. They see a problem with that, so they want to subsidize local food. What that's going to do is make food more expensive. They want to do so through regulations, and they want to do those through subsidies to local ag to subsidize their food production, distribution, and sales. So, if anybody thinks they got a tinfoil hat on because you're against 750, you need to look at the facts about the crony corporatist background of 750, and you can put it in their tinfoil pipe and smoke it.
Hey, Mr. Rhett.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioner Maury, John Arena, Fort Pierce. I believe, or my understanding is, that 750 goes back way before HW. That's my information. And Israeli took a role of flexible solar panel to Africa. He set up a lattice work and rolled out the flexible solar panel to supply an African village with electricity. So far, I have been unable to locate a supplier on the East Coast, while in California they can't keep up with demand. There is a wide band of white sugar sand which runs down the continental shelf off the east coast of the United States and swings into the Gulf of Mexico in a big hook, mostly in international water. We have been using it to manufacture windshields, for instance. The Corps uses small ships with limited depth capability, and they bring aboard mostly water, which reduces their forward speed during transit. If the Corps of Engineers can get funding for a 1,000 cubic meter per hour pneumatic dredge with hose and a booster pump, the beaches to the south could have as much sand as they need without taking our reserves. I have disrupted sleep. I repeatedly wake up with a rapid heartbeat. Leaf blowers here are used to blow dirt, which gets into the air we breathe. I did not participate at the DOT-sponsored public charrette regarding the future of our port because I noticed that it was difficult to get a word in edgewise at the tables. However, I put together a model of what our port uplands could look like someday. This is a photograph and description of it. At a future meeting, I would like to set it up so the residents could also see it. Thank you. If there are any questions, I would be glad to answer them if I have the information.
Thank you, Mr. Arena.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Richard Silvestri, 5708 Buchanan Drive, Fort Pierce. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Ms. Outlaw, Mr. McIntyre, and all staff, I apologize for taking your time, but I'm not the one who fired the first shot here. I also apologize to the business community that has come here before us to present their plans for economic growth, but I stand here to provide information when misinformation abounds. Last time I spoke at the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC. Its conclusions are summarized as follows. The warming of the climate system is unequivocal, as evidenced by increases in global average air and ocean temperatures, the widespread melting of snow and ice, and rising global average sea level. Most of global warming since the mid-20th century is very likely due to human activities. Benefits and costs of climate change for human society will vary widely by location and scale. Some of the effects in temperate and polar regions will be positive, and others elsewhere will be negative. Overall, net effects are more likely to be strongly negative with larger and more rapid warming. The range of published evidence indicates that the net damage cost of climate change is likely to be significant and to increase over time. The resilience of many ecosystems is likely to be exceeded in this century by an unprecedented combination of climate change, associated disturbances such as flooding, drought, wildfire, insects, ocean acidification, and other global change drivers, for example, land use change, pollution, fragmentation of natural systems, overexploitation of resources. Quoting now from Wikipedia, no scientific body of national or international standing maintains a formal opinion dissenting from any of these main points. The last was the American Association of Petroleum Geologists, which in 2007 updated its 1999 statement rejecting the likelihood of human influence on recent climate with its current non-committal position. Some other organizations, primarily those focusing on geology, also hold non-committal positions. My comment is the American Association of Petroleum Geologists had to change its position because, as a result of their former position, they had a mass resignation of members. So we have geologists making a living in oil who cannot bear this lack of transparency in the form of climate denial by their professional association. In the last few days, the Associated Press article, an Associated Press article quoted world-renowned scientists to say that the opinions expressed by the IPCC have moved from 90 to 95% in agreement. In the scientific community, this is the same thing as saying there is no doubt. Now for the list of scientific organizations that have agreed with the IPCC. Concurring are 34 national science academies, 3 regional academies, both the International and Inter-Academy Council and International Council of Academies of Engineering and Technological Sciences have made formal declarations confirming human-induced global warming and urging nations to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases. Countries represented on May 18, 2001 are Australia, Belgium, Brazil, Canada, the Caribbean, China, France, Germany, India, Indonesia, Ireland, Italy, Malaysia, New Zealand, Sweden, Turkey, and the United Kingdom. The list grows as later Japan, Russia, and the USA sign on. In 2007, we have consensus from African nations, Cameroon, Ghana, Kenya, Madagascar, Nigeria, Senegal, South Africa, Sudan, Tanzania, Uganda, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, as well as the African Academy of Sciences. In 2008, we had Mexico. Later on, we get the American Association for the Advancement of Science, Federation of Australian Scientific and Technological Societies, the United States National Research Council's Committee on the Science of Climate Change. Quotes are such: changes over the last several decades are likely caused mostly due to human activities, human-induced warming. Sea level rises are expected to continue through the 21st century. The Royal Society of New Zealand states the globe is warming because of increased greenhouse gases, well above levels seen for many thousands of years. The Royal Society of the United Kingdom states there is strong evidence that the warming of the Earth over the last half-century has been caused largely by human activity, such as the burning of fossil fuels and changes in land use, including agriculture and deforestation. In 2007, the African Academy of Sciences presented their findings at the G8 Summit. Those summits are about economics, and all this affects economics. If you simply think about the implications of massive immigration and emigration, the wars that will resort when people become desperate just to find clean drinking water, food, and shelter, which will suddenly dominate any thoughts about the ability to move up the ladder of success.
Thank you, Mr. Silvestri.
And as I said last time, I shall continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
A change of face. I'm Maria Perkins. I live at 6735 Dulce Real in Fort Pierce. I just have one question, which I know you can't answer, and I only made one copy. And this is dated April 30th, 2013. It is the financial report of the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council. What I would like to know is why St. Lucie County has paid $111,000 as a dues. A dues for what? And I'm going to give you a copy. If this is voluntary, why are we paying to be part of it? That's my tax dollars. That's everybody that lives here. It's their tax dollars that's paying non-government officials to create a plan that nobody knows what's in it. Does anybody have an idea what this dues is for?
Mr. Chairman.
Did anybody even look at it? Does
I'll answer
anybody?
that for you. It's the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council is basically a planning organization, a referee. And when the Department of DCA, what is it? Department of
Community Affairs.
Well, it's now that.
They are now
But at the end of the day,
Economic Opportunity.
right, that's what it is now. But what's happening, and you talk about the regional plans and so on and so forth, and for instance, when a development of regional impact were to come, that would be something that, for instance, on the southwest corner of St. Lucie County, if they brought in 2,000 homes for a community out there, it would impact Martin County and so on and so forth. So those folks help us walk through those processes, and that's been in place for some time. And the $111,000 was not a part of the 750. That was a sign-on for the grant that came to help for that data collection.
So we paid them for the grant, which the grant is federal money?
No.
Mr. Chairman, the 750 plan and the activities of the Regional Planning Council as put in place by the state a long time ago are two entirely separate activities. The dues you're talking about has nothing to do with 750.
Then why is it in their financial plan? Just take the time. She's going to make copies for you
Our
and
administrator
read
perhaps
it.
can address that then.
Yes. The county, our county, as well as the other counties within the region, are paid members of the Regional Planning Council, and each county is assessed a membership amount. Separate and apart from any particular grant that the council may get, we have been a long-standing member of the Regional Planning Council. As Commissioner Zadowski indicated, one of the primary functions that the council is tasked with doing when counties have developments of regional impacts, it has to go through, or they have to go through, the Regional Planning Council review. That is one of the primary functions. So we have been paying an annual dues for the Regional Planning Council long before the concept of the 750 plan came into fruition.
Doesn't make sense. It really doesn't, that we're paying to be part of something that we're already paying for. Do you understand what I'm saying? We're paying, you just said, the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council. to be part of it.
Yes, we are a member of the Regional Planning Council.
I can't fathom it. I can't fathom why we're paying to be part of something that you guys are our commissioners. Why are we paying the Regional Planning Council to be part of it?
Without going
Yes.
further in this, because I don't want, this isn't a dialogue forum, but
Right.
if Dan McIntyre, if you would just, from a statutory standpoint as well, mention the aspect.
Sure. Just briefly, the regional planning councils are set out in state statute. The county, St. Lucie County, is a member of the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council. I believe that includes Palm Beach, Martin, Indian River. There are again, they're set out. The statutory issues are set out in the state law. That's the county's dues or assessments are used to fund the staff of the Regional Planning Council. I think it's based on, I'm not 100% sure about population, perhaps. I believe it's a formula-based assessment, but it's used to fund the operations and the technical staff of the Regional Planning Council. This is not an idea that the county initiated. It's one that was set up pursuant to state law. I believe the county has been a member of the Regional Planning Council for a number of years. I've been here 28 years, and we've been a member as long as I've been here.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. I want to thank you for the opportunity, and Commissioner Dozovsky, I want to thank you for supporting the Conservation Alliance. I appreciate you attending the hike the other day, and I want you to know I came back with mud up to my knees. And Commissioner Mowry, I know that you too support the Conservation Alliance, so thank you for attending their various activities. I want to say this is not my county, but this is my country, and we are an inclusive group of good people, and we want everyone to know that we are an inclusive group. It's not a left-right issue, it's a right-wrong issue. To fully understand the agenda of the 750 process here in Southeast Florida, we have studied other regions around the nation that have gone ahead of us in the fundamental change of America. We've looked at the Plan Bay Area, and I want to give you a few of the elements that are included in their plan that was adopted last July, and this includes 9 counties and 7 million people around the city of San Francisco. Housing need for each county will be dictated by the Regional Housing Need Allocation Board, not local government. Towns that are out of compliance will not receive road repair funding. The vehicle miles traveled tax and GPS technology was slipped into the plan at the last minute without public notice or discussion. This is just one of the many documented backroom deals. Similar to the visioning meetings that 750 holds, Plan Bay Area attracted only 2,000 citizens at 19 public meetings. Other contacts were made by online surveys. With a population of 7 million, they had only 55 days to read the draft plan and present it to the public. The California, I believe in good stewardship of the earth. It's my thing, and this is very disturbing. The California Environmental Quality Act, known as CEQA, was violated by planners for failing to adequately disclose and inform the public when an agency proposes something that has significant environmental impact. Plan Bay Area also ignored the fact that the Bay Area is already on target to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, giving a misimpression that the plan must be adopted. Their own plan concedes that at least 39 negative environmental impacts would be forced on the public. All reasonable plans and contrary evidence presented by the public was ignored. This was yet another CEQA law violation. and I got that information from Pacific Legal Foundation. According to the Green Belt Alliance, 100% of new growth will be within the existing urban boundaries, no exceptions. And here's the real kicker. The Planned Bay Area strategy is to squeeze 78% of new housing and 62% of new jobs into the region's priority development areas on 5% of the land mass in the next 2 decades. This would be the equivalent to 100,000 people per square mile. This is higher than the density of Manhattan or Hong Kong. There are 200-plus priority development areas for the San Francisco area, and we really need to find out how many there are throughout our region. Currently, 2 lawsuits have been filed based on the violation of CEQA, and a third is on the way. One of these lawsuits was filed by the Bay Area Builders Association. Pacific Legal Foundation, with field offices from Palm City, Florida to San Francisco, filed one of these suits this past August in Oakland, California. California Democrat Rosa Corey, and she is founder of the Post-Sustainability Institute, explains the global to local program as one of inventory and control, and you've heard this before, it's kind of a tired quote, but it's an inventory and control of all land, all water, all minerals, all plants, all animals, all construction, all means of production, all information, all energy, and FPL is a member of 750, and all human beings in the world. As evidenced in 750's Social Equity Analysis and Opportunity Index report, this is a total life plan designed to manipulate behavior. I look at it strictly as it's shifting populations. According to the Dover Cole tweet, it's about shifting and forcing where populations will be. They want us off the land.
Thank you.
I don't know how you can approve this without, it's unsustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We're going to close general public comment, and at this time we're going to take a slight recess, and then we'll come back together for the meeting. Hope everybody will continue to stay and enjoy our meeting. Thank you.
about two things. One is, I have it as ID 650. It was added late, but it is about the Maritime Training Academy. And basically, I just want to state that this was one of the subjects that was collectively agreed upon at each of all the charrettes, and also when we had a joint meeting with the City of Fort Pierce, as an educational facility opportunity. And we have been presented with this opportunity to at least just send a letter to the Department of Transportation that we have found that it is something that we can all agree upon, and there's no, and let me just ask Mr. McIntyre, there is no commitment on this as to whether we're going to expend dollars or anything of that nature. It would just be something stating that we are interested. It has been reflected in our Port Master Plan update, and that if in such a time when the master plan update is complete, we could put this in our plan. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. I think it's, again, this is agendaed on behalf of Don West, who is attending a Ports Council meeting on the county's behalf. I simply agreed to agenda it, again, in his absence. But yes, sir, I think you're exactly accurate. This is it's been suggested that we have an opportunity here and we need to pursue it and at least get our name out there ahead of perhaps others. And as you've indicated, this did appear in the joint meeting. It was discussed, and I believe in my discussions with Mr. West, this appeared to be a consensus item of just about all the groups in the charrette. So it doesn't obligate the county to anything, but it just does express our interest. What it would do is if it's successful, it will lead to further perhaps funding and efforts that would come in front of the board. We are working, just as an aside, with the Indian River State College on this project, and they've indicated, at least at a staff level, that they're supportive as well.
Okay, thank you. And then the other one, let me see.
Before we move on, can I make
yes,
a comment on that Maritime Academy opportunity? One of the things that I understand about this opportunity is that no other port per se in the state of Florida has this written in their master plan. We could be the first, have it written in our master plan, and the first to take advantage of that opportunity of having it here in the state of Florida, which gives us an edge on everybody else. So this is big news, and it's good news to have Indian River State College working in conference with us for this opportunity, and we would be training those throughout the state of Florida from various ports and create a niche for those to come down from various states as well, and also increase our vacation destination population.
Education tourism.
Education tourism.
Thank you, sir. And then if there is anything else on that item, item 7, F5, this is actually a grant that we're accepting, and this is for the Cooperative Extension and Environmental Education Division. The reason why I raise it for the public is that, you know, with all the information that's out there with the issues with the Indian River Lagoon, our stormwater basins, nutrient loading, and all those types of things, here is an opportunity that we can extend some dollars through that organization to provide additional educational opportunities for those who wish to learn more about how our storm systems work, how the nutrients going into the lagoon are at an issue, and ask questions. And this will also help to present to third, fourth, fifth graders with field trips to let the younger people understand and know the value of our environment, especially the lagoon and our waterways. So I just wanted to raise that this is one of the things that we're looking for always, is to try and educate our community. And that was all I had on discussion points, sir.
Mr. Chairman, real quick comment on that. As someone who was present with both of my children many moons ago when we went and did seining in the grass flats and what have you, I can tell you there is a lot of benefit. They are 32 and 23 now, and they both remember that. So I think it's definitely worth getting our kids out there and showing them what it is we're talking about.
Excellent.
Okay, so any other items wishing to be pulled for separate discussion or vote?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried unanimously. With that, we're going to move on, beginning with our public hearings tonight. We have item A under the County Attorney's Office. This is code enforcement case number 73474. This is for address 3307 Delaware Avenue.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, for the record, Assistant County Attorney Catherine Barbieri. As you stated, this is in reference to 3307 Delaware Avenue. On August 7th, St. Lucie County Code Enforcement Board found that the property posed a serious threat to the public's health, safety, and welfare. In order to the staff to bring this to the St. Lucie County Board of County Commissioners to review it, and if they found a serious threat to public health, safety, and welfare, order the cleanup of the property. At the time, the property owner was present and requested the board to give him a little more time to clean up the property. The board did order a 30-day continuance so that the property owner could work on cleaning up the property. Since that time, the property owner has repaired the metal fence. He's filled the dumpster full of items to be taken out. He has taken a load of appliances to the recycling center and has reinstated the permit for that wooden fence. The property owner is present here to answer questions. At this time, staff does not feel that the property poses a serious threat to the public health, safety, and welfare, and is asking the board not to find that it does.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry, the last comment you made was in not asking the board to what?
And is asking that the board not find that it poses a serious threat to public health and safety and welfare.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just need a legal opinion. When this case came forward, I did make a offer to assist the resident with helping to clean up the property. I did do that, so I don't know if that's part of ex parte information that needs to be provided. And also, in hearing this information, is there a conflict, or am I able to comment on this case and or vote on this, or must I abstain for having participated in assisting this?
Mr. Chairman, you know, my own personal views on this is that voting conflicts require financial gain or loss. But as we always do, we check those kinds of things with the Commission on Ethics. I asked Ms. Barbieri to do that, and she did, and she'll report the extent of her conversation.
As Mr. McIntyre said, I called the Commission on Ethics and spoke to them today. And you're required to abstain if you have any financial or economic impact. That's the only requirement there.
I lost about 12 pounds of weight. Does that constitute a benefit?
Not the financial or economic,
right,
sir.
thank you.
And you know I'm jealous, right? Because, you know, I wanted to participate in the project on a different day, but he told me you got muscles.
Got more now.
And you did quite a job helping him out. He was very excited about it. But I just want to say, you know, to him, we really appreciate you. You really do put family first, and I first and foremost believe that, because you gave up a lot, you got rid of a lot, and some of those things I know meant cherishable items meant very much to you. But your kids were more important than those things, and you were thinking about the importance and safety of you all having home. Kudos to you. You're to be commended. But that's a part of being a father, and that's also a part of being a husband, and continue to do so.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any other comments or questions for staff?
Staff does want to add also that all the vehicles on the property were started today and are operable now.
Operable, or is it licensed and operable?
Operable.
Is that all that we require is operable?
Yes, sir.
Okay. They don't have to be licensed?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to address the board, please feel free to do so. And we have the applicant. Any comments you want to make? And provide again your name for the record.
Yeah, Gregory Gloffenheim, 3307 Delaware Avenue. I just want to thank Commissioner Zadowski for volunteering his time. I know his time is very important, and he made time for me and my family, and I thank you very much for that. I thank the rest of the commissioners and the staff for standing behind me. I want to thank Danielle very much. She was very concerned about my health, my diabetes, and she came prepared to make sure I got the job done. And the hard work is done, the easy work starts, and I'll just keep the place looking good. That's what my intentions were. I know I might have started a while back, but anything you start, sooner or later it comes to an end. You move on, and that's where I'm at. That's where I stand, and thank you all for doing your job.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may add a piece of information, I didn't see it in the report. I just may have missed it, but there was a serious issue with the wiring to the home at one point. FPL is a provider, and apparently something was not wired correctly. And we did get in contact with Florida Power and Light. They sent several representatives out to review the situation. They reviewed scores of phone call times and information that was referred by Mr. Gloffenheim to their representatives. They did come out, and that was one of the reasons why a lot of the appliances were still stacked there, because they did not want them to leave until they had the ability to inspect them. And they also took information from the actual dates they're manufactured and all those types of things, so that a claim could be processed. So on one side, yes, these appliances were stacked up and unsightly, to say the least. But unfortunately, corporations have a requirement that they need to do their investigation and do reports and so on and so forth prior to making any determination. So on one side, you were being told you had to keep it there. The other side, you were being told not to. And so I could understand your frustration on how to deal with that. But there was a piece of information I wanted to share that while there, they even repaired his air conditioning system for the first time. And how many months you've been out without air conditioning since it?
A year to the date.
A year. So that's how long, government takes a long time to get things done, but sometimes corporations also have a hard time getting things done in a timely manner. So I just wanted to share that for your information.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gloffenheim.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to address the board at this time?
Evening, Karen Emerson, 3503 Montanita Avenue. The neighbors are back. We would like to commend the progress on this property, but I would call it progress and nothing further. And as he says, at some point you have to move to completion, and the completion is compliance with the code. If someone would pull up county code, it says that licensed and operable, if you want to read it. You can't just start it. It's got to be licensed and tagged. The wooden pallets, which I brought up last time and I brought up 3 years ago, were never permitted. There is no permit for the wooden boards that he keeps moving. And the use of the boards is to simply conceal a number of items that he keeps on the property that don't belong there. It's not a junkyard. It's just not. There is no permit for the wooden pallets, period. I know someone from staff last time said a permit had been pulled and there was no final inspection. If that's true, then someone in the permitting office has a different story. We're happy with the progress. There's a dumpster there. It probably needs to be emptied and refilled, because if you were to look at a photo from the front of the property 30 days ago and a photo today, there's progress, but it is not complete. And we are asking for continuance so that this gentleman may very kindly do what he promised and complete it. He's been very, very fortunate that people here in this room care enough to come and assist. and that's important to have support. But the neighbors are asking for support too. They are asking for compliance with county code. I make that point really clear, compliance with county code. And it's not a junkyard, and so many people drive past this yard every day. Just go stand out there and count the cars at 7:45 and 2:45, and that doesn't count the people coming for football games and lacrosse games and the people that live there. I'm making my point really clear. We're asking for compliance with county code, and we're asking for continuance so the gentleman can do what he promised, which is to bring a fine point to the problem. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Emerson, before you go, can you just identify what county codes are not being complied with at this point?
The wooden pallets are not
a wooden
fences.
pallet. Those are part of the fence.
There's no permit for that fence, and you can check.
Let's ask. Is there a permit?
We've been asking every week.
Okay. Well,
There
let's
is
ask.
a fence as a permit that was issued today. There is a fence permit issued.
For the wooden fence.
Basically, the fence permit has been reissued. There was one, it expired, and it was reissued.
Well, then, someone in the permits office has been telling us a different story for 3 years. For 3 years.
3 years is not the 30 days that we had to make a difference.
I was here 3 years ago, I was here 30 days ago, and I'm here now. There was no permit for the fence. We've called, we've asked, and he keeps moving those boards. They're not even attached. The pallets move. I can show you the photographs. He keeps moving them.
Refer to them as these are fence. These are fence
wood
segments.
panels. Wood panels.
They're fence segments is what they are. They're not pallets. So let's make that one.
Well, pallet is another word for wood component.
Well,
it's another way if you look in the dictionary. But
it's a construction material.
Yes.
So okay. So the next step. What's the other thing that?
If you look in the code says licensed. It says licensed. You can look it up.
Okay.
And there's items behind those fees using the wood boards, components, whatever term.
Any extra items? I'm sorry. Did you see any extra items when you were there at the property outside of what we were seeing in the photos?
Well, these are old photos here.
Okay.
These aren't of, what.
Maybe Cole can answer that question.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the items in the trailer went to. I saw the packet with the stuff in the trailer, which was separate from the dumpster. I don't know where it went to.
Okay.
But the trailer's still there or not.
Are you talking about the trailer that
I
had,
picked up every one of
it was in the front yard?
I'm
Was
looking
it a
at
small trailer?
The one that was full, yeah. I don't know where it's
That
at.
trailer's been removed. It's no
These are
longer there.
carpets. And I removed.
These are current pictures as of today's date.
So that
Behind the fence? Or
that
the
trailer-
wood, the boards? They're behind the boards? You took pictures?
Yeah, the picture you're seeing right now is behind the fence. That trailer has been removed.
Okay. But like I said, we've called as many as twice a week for your permit department, and there has never been a permit issued for those wooden boards.
I can assure you, I did research the record personally today before tonight's hearing, and there was a permit issued to the property owner in 2010. It did expire, and it was recently renewed. So there is a valid permit for a fence on that property today.
Well, someone in the permitting department said differently, more than
I am
once.
the manager of the permitting department. I verified it for myself today, and there is a permit. I can promise you that. And I apologize if you were given inaccurate information.
Very inaccurate information. But again, I don't understand how he keeps moving a fence. It's moved since last week.
Ms. Emerson,
Is that allowed under county code? You just move them at will?
Ms. Emerson, a lot of things moved over the last 2 weeks, I assure you.
Well, we have some progress, and I want to commend that, but we want it finished.
Thank you for that.
Oh, I said that when I started. We commend the progress.
Because what I get here is, and I just got to share you with my own personal opinion of this, having been on the code board in Fort Pierce for 2.5 years, and compliance is what we seek. And I think compliance is what we seek here. And after a review, and again from an ex parte standpoint, I did drive the neighborhood, and if your issue is to take every home in that area and to take them to some level that you find appropriate, I have some heartburn with selective enforcement or selective choosing of how we enforce code. So, I don't know from my legal standpoint, are we allowed to have selective enforcement, meaning that if in a community, one individual or two individuals is being, having complaints happen, should that not go through the rest of the neighborhood and everyone be in the same level of compliance? I'm just trying to understand that.
Mr. Commissioner, the code department, as my understanding, is primarily complaint-driven, but when they do get a complaint, then they are to look at the whole street for the same items and treat the whole neighborhood area as the same.
And I will say this much, I'm sure hope that you are applying county code and paying attention. We all do. It's a hard job, and I know that. But we are asking that this matter be continued until it's complete.
Can you tell me what code violations that still exist? Can you please tell me that, so that if something is being missed by our staff, then we need to know exactly what it is your position is. If it's lawn furniture, 2 or 3 sets of lawn furniture, that's not against the code. So help me understand what the code violations are that you're saying that we must comply with.
Inoperable vehicle, wooden panels that keep moving,
we
that
keep
are not,
the same
there's no permit. He's had them for over 3 years.
You just heard
and
from
there's
our
no permit.
staff, and we have to listen to our staff.
As
a
of
permit
today,
has a,
as of today.
So you said there's no permit. So we heard that there is a permit. So let's keep going. So the wood pallets are actually a part of the wooden fence. As you can see in this picture, these are all panels of wooden fence. Okay?
Does county code allow for fence to be moved on a weekly basis? Can somebody answer that?
There's a fence permit open.
Does it allow for movable fences?
And until such time as the fence is completed, construction materials can be moved around. I'll let my staff answer that or legal answer that, but as I understand it, construction materials will move during a process. A permit has been provided for. And so what is the time frame on the permit? Is it 90 days, 180 days or something?
180 days.
180 days. So at this stage of the game, the permit process for this fence has 180 days for completion. Now, I assure you, I have asked Mr. Glockenheim to do this in a much more quick manner. And the repair to the other fence was done, but that was just a repair. That's not replacing a fence. That's not,
the chain link had 2 areas to be repaired. I don't know that they're both done.
Okay, well, I'll
as
ask
of
my
today.
staff. I'll ask my staff. And so as part of that, and again, this is part of the points that really are disturbing to me is somebody ran into this property's fence and they didn't get caught. And so unfortunately, because somebody wrecked into this fence, this individual is got to take it and fix it, and I think he did that. So there are a lot of circumstances here, and you talked about the neighborhood, and we've got a wonderful church in the neighborhood, and I was looking at parables recently in Matthew 18 through 34 about forgiveness and trying to move forward. And Jesus talks about 7 times to forgive, and he says no, 77 times. So we are at that period, and I think really what we're looking for is compliance. Is this going to be Mar-a-Lago and some beautiful thing? I don't think so. This is a working family neighborhood, and I think that from a compliance standpoint, I haven't heard yet which codes are being violated. So I need to. Can you please help our staff?
One more time, the wood panels. As of today, after 3 years, they say he has a permit. The chain link fence, the inoperable vehicles. The photo beside the fence shows that currently there's nothing there, and I hope there won't be anything. I did notice that he finally spread the mulch instead of stacking the bags. But I will say, as far as the car, I was there when the car went through the fence about 8 years ago, and the police were there, so it may be an uninsured person, but it wasn't that they didn't know who.
Okay, actually, that's new information that we didn't have. So, do you have?
The police came. You could find a police report. It was right there.
Can you give me a better date time?
No, I could not. No, I could not. But I can tell you, I was there. A car ran down angle.
I would love to get that person.
Well, then just look, the police report.
Okay, thank you. About 8 years ago.
Yeah.
Also,
2004, I guess.
Ms. Barbieri, the vehicles. did you state earlier that they were operable or inoperable? Vehicles on the property?
Be licensed, they have to be licensed. I know somebody said they turned them over and started the motor, but if you read your code, go to county code, that doesn't meet county code.
Barbieri, can you please address that at us?
Yes, if they're licensed, then there's a presumption, but if they're not, then the code officer goes out, and if they start and they move, then they meet the code. And it's my understanding Officer Williams was out there today and checked all the vehicles. Is that correct?
That is correct.
No, I just want to make sure that we're making very clear here. It's not about being licensed. It's about just being operable.
I think it says licensed and. There's the word, the connector is and, not or.
Do we not have the code in front of us to be able to pull
I
that?
apologize. I do not have that section of the code book with me. I did not realize that was.
But like I said, we've made great progress. It's just the neighbors are asking that it be continued and completed, and that's what I have to say.
Okay.
It's simply not about anything else, not throwing rocks, but compliance with county code. Thank you.
Ms. Emerson. Anyone else wishing to address the board this evening?
Yes. It's late. I know everybody's tired. Phyllis Castro, 3405 Delaware Avenue. And I do thank the forward movement, and I do concur with my neighbor that we're not done yet, but it's a very positive step. The county code is section 1916. Lack of a current license plate or a current registration decal shall raise a rebuttable presumption that the motor vehicle is an abandoned property, et cetera, et cetera. I actually have a list of the code issues that are ongoing issues, and I'll just hand them out.
Did that statement say rebuttable, I'm sorry, rebuttal presumption?
Well, I just have a little blip, so I guess if you go to code. But anyway.
Right, but that's presumption because the
because it doesn't have a plate.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we'll
that's
see.
presumption.
You're right. So, but we'll work on it. Again, I don't want to feel, again, we're just asking for compliance with code, and all of a sudden I feel like I'm the bad guy here. We've had issues with this property. It's been 30 days, but it's been 11 years and 30 days. So let's just talk about, wow, have we come a long way? But we waited a long time to get this far, and it's been incredibly frustrating. I don't want to be here tonight. I want to be with my family. I want to count on you and our department to do the work so that we're not here. And at this point, I'm just tired and slightly offended. And I think you feel the same way because you've been working hard on it. There's a personal interest in it, and now it becomes where I feel like I'm the bad guy, but I'm not. Now, we talked about the color of the house, and does it apply to other homes? Well, the truth of the matter is, yes, we want all the homes in our neighborhood to be in compliance with code. That's all we're asking for. But this one was horrifically bad, and it's come a long way. Now, I'm concerned about the safety of that wood that, as of today, when I called at 4:10, and I said, this is a code enforcement case. I want to make sure it's currently permitted or not currently permitted. And I called twice last week and I said, it's a code enforcement case. And I was told, no, there's only the 2010 permit. Are we talking about the 2010 permit right now, or are we talking about a new permit?
2010 permit.
Okay.
Has been renewed.
He paid the $75 renewal fee.
The fee was waived in an effort
All
to
right.
help him.
Okay, so we did it for him, and that's why it happened today. Thank you for doing that. Let's just get that fence solidified somewhere in the ground so that it can't fly all over the neighborhood in the event of a hurricane. Let's finish doing the things on that list. And let's not see me or Miss Emerson here again. Help us, please. I'm incredibly frustrated. Can you tell?
I understand that. Let me say this. I understand that. And we just don't want you taking 11 years out on him. Okay?
Absolutely.
Let me finish.
Or you.
Right.
Right.
What he did 11 years ago and what he has been allowed to do for 11 years has nothing to do with today. Everything has to do with the 30 days. That's what we're looking at, the 30 days. And so, with that said, I understand your frustration, but he's to be commended for the effort and work he's done to this point.
But I'm saying let's extend it and move forward.
Let me finish. The other part of that is that I understand safety issues with the fence. Like Commissioner Zadowski said, he has 180 days to deal with the fence,
Sounds
and
good.
that time will be shorter than that. I'm pretty sure we'll get that commitment from him tonight to pursue and get that fence done as soon as possible. Outside the fence, outside the presumption of the inoperable vehicle, because that's presumed if it does not have a tag.
And the other items on this list,
Okay,
again, we also have the chain link fence, which I'm sure is going to be done as well,
Okay.
because we handled one piece, but there's still a big empty piece that's not done on 33rd Street. And there's the removal of the sable palms, which were injured and damaged, and that's why they were cut off right here. But we can go on. I don't want to even
No,
dispute
I tell you what, here's what I like to do, Mr. Chair, if we may. Can Code go out and check these minor issues, and we could, if the board would like, we could continue this and let these items be checked off.
I do want to verbally say two things.
Okay.
One, that on Delaware Avenue, the perpetual garbage piled high every day of the week, forever, for years. I hope that with this dumpster, we don't see that anymore. The grass has died from the perpetual garbage fronting half the property. And then the other piece, so comply with the bulky item and green pickup schedule. And basically, let's just keep it. Keep it nice, keep it good. The last thing I do want to say is, I feel like for the people that are penalized and brought to code enforcement and made to comply immediately, I feel it's a travesty of justice when other people have to pay bills, take care of stuff, or stuff happens, and yet this is allowed to happen for years. I feel like there's inequity of justice here, and so that's part of it. How is that fair to the other people who've had
But you have to understand,
count?
this did not start on our watch, but it will end on our watch.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
And that's all I can ask for. So I thank you.
And we will finish the project. I understand your frustration, but we are in this to work together, not apart.
Thank you for letting me vent.
That's fine. That's fine. And I think our frustration is the tone.
The tone is not good right
Well, it's not. The tone that you all came as if to say, first of all, I appreciate Commissioner Zadowski's assistance and help on that project, and I definitely appreciate his commitment. They had a lot of stuff. Let's talk about that. But to this point, they did what Cole asked of them to do, but Cole will go back out, be it the board will assist in that or encourage that. Cole will go back out, finish these minor items, get the trash dumpster away from the property, and at the same time have those minor items complete, if that would assist and benefit you and your community.
We just want compliance with code.
Okay.
That's it.
Mr. Chair, you have a comment?
I can tell you now, compliance with the code, based upon what the county is seeing and what Ms. Castro is expecting, probably will not meet. And I think we need to be clear with that, because I would assume, Ms. Castro, as much as you are making comments, I can almost guarantee you that in the end, you're still going to have comments and concerns about whether or not
Let's have
that is,
legal fence. Let's have
about
legal
what
fence.
that is, whether that has been met or not. And I just think that, at some point here, we're going to have a certain resolution that may or may not be satisfactory to everyone involved. And that is sort of the reality of this particular case. I think a lot of work has been done at this point. I still see where some opinions are being provided as to whether or not there is compliance or not compliance. And I'm hearing from county staff that for the most part, everything is now in compliance from their perspective, which obviously is not yours. Progress. There were some items here at this point that county staff are discussing the fact that it's anticipated that progress will continue. Not specific, though, as to items, as to other areas that you're seeing need to come into full compliance in order for that to take place, in order for this case to be completed. So I think we need to hear perhaps a little bit more on that aspect. But it is one that obviously that, as well as any other property on Delaware or on 33rd, I think need to be similarly handled. Because I know myself, as I drove through Delaware,
Absolutely.
there were many other properties on Delaware that were also not in compliance. Garage doors missing, all kinds of issues on down the street.
Absolutely.
With things spilling out of garages down the street. And so I would say that you, as a neighborhood, I keep hearing about this one particular issue, but there were quite a few homes down the street. If we're using that same microscopic lens, which I would just caution us as it relates to some of those aspects.
If I may, Mr. Chair, at best and at least, the fence definitely needs to be put in one spot. That's a safety hazard, and I do agree with you on that. But outside of that, if the rest of the neighborhood is not in compliance, then we're holding him to a higher standard that nobody else is doing. And it has to be one that everybody else is doing as well.
Got to start somewhere.
Got to start somewhere. But it also, if you're going to start somewhere, you got to start with yourself first. And that's where I always start. I start with me first.
That's right.
And so I don't believe this is something that you all can't do collectively. He's your neighbor, for Pete's sakes. You all need to get together and have a kumbaya and come to Jesus party or something. You know, solve this problem. It's not a major issue.
We just need that fence. That fence will be good.
I'm sorry, what fence are we needing?
We're talking about
The wooden fence.
No,
I said the fence, getting that done.
the fence is already done, though, as it relates to permitting, so there's nothing would change as it relates to that wooden
Right.
fence.
What they were talking about.
He's not going to put it elsewhere. He's not as though he's going to extend that fence.
Right. What she was saying, there was a movement.
I want to make sure I'm
Do I
clear.
understand that that's going to stay the way it is right now?
That would stay the way it is.
It's finalized?
Layout. He intends to extend it somewhat,
Okay,
and that is part of the permit.
but he does not have to extend it.
If he chooses not to, that is correct, but
So I want to be clear that there are expectations that are being stated here, because this is not a perimeter fence he has put in place.
no, sir.
It technically could be considered a decorative fence because of it being internal within the property.
That is
And
correct.
so there's no mandate for him to create some enclosed courtyard, corral, or anything as it relates to that. So it could remain as it is, although per our permit process, he's shown the location of that, and what's in place could in fact be extended based upon the permit that's been applied for.
You are correct.
So is it secured at this point in time?
He has not had a final inspection yet, so I would say no.
Okay, so all we're waiting for is a secured final inspection, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I would be comfortable with that. Thank
Well,
you.
that's what the statement that I was going to
Yeah,
make.
that's
He just
all I
wants
can
the
ask
fence
for,
secured.
and I'm just asking for
understand
that. Thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome.
And Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. McIntyre went and got the code book. Could you tell us what that rebuttal of the license, I didn't understand that.
I'll let Ms. Barbieri answer that, but before, if I could just give the board my perspective of what the issue is in front of you. You are not a code enforcement board. We have a board that's supposed to handle those kinds of compliance issues, and I'd encourage the board not to get into that. The only reason you're addressing this is that the Code Enforcement Board determined that this was a serious threat to public health, safety, and welfare, and that's what you're supposed to determine. And from my perspective, that's the issue in front of you. If you determine there's not a serious threat, and I would suggest to you that your staff believes there is absolutely not, then I think you're done at that point. I think any other issues should go back to code enforcement staff. If there's a need to get involved in any compliance issues, that should go in front of the Code Enforcement Board for those kinds of issues. But if there's not a serious threat, and again, I'd suggest to you that your staff believes that there's not, I think that's the issue that needs to get decided. Now, Ms. Barbieri can address the license issue.
Commissioners, the definition of abandoned property includes, it says things that shall include wrecked, inoperative, or partially dismantled motor vehicles. That is why staff looks to see if it's operative. In the statement about the rebuttable presumption, the presence of a current license plate of a motor vehicle shall raise a rebuttable presumption that the motor vehicle is not abandoned property. So as there was no license plate, then we asked that he show us that it's operative, to show us that it's not abandoned property under the definition.
So if they were licensed, then there would be no need to even know whether they operate or not.
It raises a rebuttable presumption, so it could be licensed, and if all the tires and everything else were flat, then we would want to see that it's operative.
Okay, we have a staff request at this point then, and I feel as though maybe the staff recommendation was not clear, Mr. McIntyre, in that sense. Maybe that's causing us some of the confusion, because it just talks about recommendation, yet we're having a public hearing on this item. So it sounds like a staff recommendation is to have the board determine that it is not a...
Right, that's what I heard Ms. Barbieri say at the beginning, that staff recommends that we,
But it's not written in the staff recommendation here as well as on the agenda. And so I think that's...
Well, I think what we were trying to do is wait until the board hearing to get up-to-date information, but her verbal recommendation was that it's not a public health, safety, and welfare, and I think that's the issue as I've explained it.
Great, thank you. Okay, we have a public hearing still going on. Mr. Gleppenheim, is there anything else you need to provide?
Yes, on the fence, in '04, I pulled the permit. I put the fence up. In '10, I pulled another permit and added on to the fence. So this is where she's getting consumption of that I keep putting fences up. I pulled 2 permits. In '10, I didn't finalize the permit when I pulled it.
And if I can just help you, we're not going to really get into the weeds on that aspect, so whatever needs to be done, county staff can work through that, and if there are other issues, it'll just go back before the Code Enforcement Board. But thank you for your help. Appreciate that. So, anyone else wishing to address the board on this item? Okay. With that, we're going to close the public hearing, return to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we find that there is no further serious threat to health and safety in this case, and that the code board or the code department ensure that the fence be inspected as required by the permit, and then if that does not happen, send it back to the code board for consideration. Let me ask Mr. McIntyre if that was...
Can we maybe make your motion so it's just specific to the items of code enforcement, which would include any and all of those?
I think all we're looking at this point is it's no longer a serious health and safety issue.
I would prefer the motion just stay that, and then if you have any direction to staff to continue to monitor it, that's fine. But
I also have some concerns with, and I do like his motion, making sure and ensuring that that fence is secure.
Yes, so do you want to do two separate motions then, Mr. McIntyre? Would that be the suggestion?
I would prefer the initial motion be that there's no serious public health threat, and have the board vote on that, because I think that is the threshold issue.
Okay, and that is my motion, that it is no longer a serious health and safety issue.
It's been motioned by Commissioner Zadowski.
Second.
Seconded by Paula Lewis. Commissioner Lewis, any discussion on that? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. Is there a second motion?
Second motion to ensure that the fence, the inside fencing, is secure and will not, in any kind of way, impair or cause harm to anyone else.
So you want to get into a specific item of...
Yeah, just that fencing, because that was a neighbor's concern about that piece of the fencing, about it not being secure.
Is there a second?
A second for discussion. I just think it's got to follow code, and it's got to be inspected, and the permit will do that. So just the permit process alone will handle that. So I think really just, following code and inspection within the time frame allowed by the permit.
Yes, sir. The permit will take care of that.
Okay. Well, let me rephrase the motion. Make a motion that that code ensures that he follows the permit relative to the fence.
We will work with the property owner, make sure that gets done.
We don't necessarily need a motion for that, because that will take...
Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine.
But we had a motion, and it was seconded. At this point, are you wanting to withdraw your motion?
I will withdraw the motion, knowing that staff will take care of it.
Okay, we'll withdraw that motion. One last comment that I did have on that is, I know previously we talked about there was about I think $15,000 fine that's being also levied, assessed against this applicant as a result of previous code enforcement action?
Yes, sir.
That still stands today?
Yes, it does. That would be something that it can be addressed by the Code Enforcement Board.
Something that the Board of County Commissioners is able to make a recommendation that be examined?
The determination on fine reductions is by the Code Enforcement Board, but you could direct staff to work on that. Yes, sir.
Do you know the status as it relates to that? Is that paid in within a certain time frame, or how is that being handled?
There are liens that are recorded against the property, and as it is homestead protected, it would remain until it's sold or something like that.
Commissioner Lewis?
Well, I was just going to say, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I understand your concern, but I'm really reluctant to move into that area. It does belong to the Code Enforcement Board, and I'm reluctant even to make a recommendation to them because that would, I'm afraid, give rise, set a really dangerous precedent where everything is going to come to us when someone has a question with regard to fines, and I don't think we need to go there.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I do agree with our colleague on that, considering Attorney McIntyre's advice to for us to allow code to intervene on situations like this.
Okay, with that, let's move on to item B, Planning and Development Services. This is a public hearing. We have Resolution 2013-193. This is the O'Brien subdivision paving waiver. This is a quasi-judicial matter.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sadler?
I was going to ask if maybe we took the O'Brien subdivision matters in tandem and reordered the agenda slightly, if it was all right with the board to handle the sign issue first and then move into the paving waiver for the O'Brien subdivision, and then the regular agenda item is the O'Brien. We probably should have done that when we set up the agenda, but if that would please the board, if we could just do that reorganization real quick.
Perfect. We have a request to move Ordinance 2013-39, the proposed Land Development Code text amendment to revise regulations related to signs. This is for Chapters 2 and Chapters 9. With that, we'll move to that public hearing. Staff?
Excuse me. Good evening. This is a text amendment, county initiated, to the sign code. There are 3 proposals this evening regarding the amendments. The first one is providing a definition of flag. Second would be changes to the special event regulations to create more flexibility with the signage, and also a new section permitting sidewalk signs. Proper public notification has been done for this meeting. Last month, the Planning and Zoning Commission did hear the amendments. They unanimously approved them with some minor recommendations which have been incorporated into your package this evening. The first item is a definition for a flag. Current code does not have a definition, and this will help out the code enforcement staff in addition to our citizens when we're citing properties that we believe may be in violation. So we provided that definition. In addition, the changes we're providing to the special event section of the code is going to create a little more flexibility for the business owner. Currently, the code states it's a per parcel requirement limitation. It's 4 per year, maximum 60 days per parcel. We foresee problems with that when there's a strip plaza, you have multiple businesses, one business owner can come in and obtain all 4 permits for the entire year, leaving out others, which has created frustrations, and we have personally experienced that. So the proposed code amendment would alleviate that, and we will eliminate the per parcel restriction, and it'll be a per business, and we provided some additional standards for the banner requirements. In addition to the maximum 60 days per year, we're going to propose a window for the holiday season, basically from October 15th to January 2nd. That would allow vis-a-vis a permit, but that would not count towards the 60 days. So we've given them almost an additional 90 days to advertise and promote their businesses. And we did include a maximum size for banners also. And the last amendment includes the addition of sidewalk or menu signs, and we do have a picture of one. Currently, the code prohibits this type of sign, and we had a request from the public. Could we entertain that and as a permissible signage? And we said we absolutely could. We provided a few regulations, such as, it cannot interfere with access to the property or the business. It would require that it be moved inside when the business is closed, so it can't stay out around the clock, and it can't interfere with accessibility. There is no permit required, and recommendation would be that The commission set the adoption hearing for December 17th. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Zadowski.
on the folding signs, when we have wind events, these look very mobile, if you will.
They are mobile signs.
Is there, they could fly away these look to be very light. Is there any provision there that, if we have a wind event, a hurricane event, or something like that, that they need to be taken down?
There is not one included in the current text amendment. We could easily provide a provision that if they're in the event of a storm, that they would have to be taken inside immediately.
I think some language would be very helpful that way, that they're they have pre-knowledge that, pay attention to these things if we have a wind event or a storm event of some sort. That way they can pull them in and they'll at least be notified long in advance of a storm.
Will do.
Any other comments for staff?
Is there, if I may, Mr. Chair, any type of extra insurance they need to have for just in case this becomes a safety issue?
Not from the county. It would not require any additional insurance. Any insurance at all, matter of fact.
Okay. Just want to double check on that.
Any other questions for staff? This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to address the board, please feel free to do so at this time. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman. My name is Charles Ray. I represent Love on a Leash and the barbershop, Mike's Barbershop, that had a picture there, and the Headmaster's Hair Studio, and a few others who are small businesses like restaurants that want to put a little sign out in front of their business. Commend staff for incorporating our thoughts and our wishes in the design of this and the drafting of this code provision, and also want to compliment you on the changes which were discussed at the earlier meeting and now are part of this final draft. So we're very much in favor of this. We do not have a problem with the hurricane wind provision either, if they want to include that for the final passage. There's no problem with that. And just one little quick comment. I've been around a little bit, been going to these public meetings for 20-plus years, and just I'm one of those guys that gets paid by the hour. And but you also pay a lot of other people by the hour here, like that security guard at the back or the sheriff back at the back. I think you need to consider limiting some of this public comment to 1 minute. This has changed in the 20-plus years that I've been doing this, and it's not what your forefathers faced, but you're facing it, unfortunately. And sometimes you're going to have to be a little proactive on it, I think. But that's just something to maybe help you guys out. And they can always blame me for bringing it up. Okay. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Anyone else wishing to address the board? Seeing no movement, we'll close the public hearing, return to the board. Is there a recommendation? Motion to approve. We have a motion to approve staff recommendation. That item be scheduled for a final adoption hearing on December 17th, 2013. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. 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 Motion carried. With that, we'll turn to Resolution 2013-193. This is the O'Brien Subdivision Paving Waiver. Again, this is a quasi-judicial item. We're going to combine that, as Mr. Satterley requested, with the O'Brien subdivision plat.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Leslie Olson, Planning Manager, for the record. The item before you is a consideration of a paving waiver for request for Clyde and Lori O'Brien. This request is a companion item to your first regular agenda item for the O'Brien plat, subdividing a 4.3-acre parcel into 5 single-family lots in the RS3 zoning district. This is a public hearing and was advertised and noticed as required by the Land Development Code. Staff has received inquiries but no objections on this item. Section 70507 of the Land Development Code requires all new development, there's the plat, sorry, to be served by streets paved to county standards. A waiver process is provided for certain conditions, including for substandard road rights-of-way, as are present in this application. The slide shows the proposed plat. I'm going to go back to that. And it's gone. The proposed plat will subdivide the 4.3-acre parcel into 5 parcels and it fronts both Dame Road and Yates Road. Both roads have substandard rights-of-way access in terms of width. Mr. Ron Harris, County Supervisor, County Surveyor, is here this evening to lay out the particulars of this agreement, as he is the expert in that matter.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members. I'll be brief. Ron Harris, County Surveyor, for the record. The fair share analysis was prepared by the applicant's consultant, Culpeper and Turpinning. Staff reviewed the fair share analysis and agreed with the numbers for the cost of construction and the dollar amount for the fair share contribution. That being said, the code is very clear on what the board has to do. If there is a substandard right-of-way, they shall grant a paving waiver. They may place conditions on that paving waiver. Those conditions in the past have always been a fair share contribution approved by staff. That would be the board's first option. The second option the board could review, consider, would be a reduction of that fair share contribution as calculated and approved by county staff. And that amount was $133,000, which is a large amount of money. The third and final option is the board may choose to waive the fair share completely. Now, if we take the fair share contribution, as many of you know, the county will hold that dollar amount for 10 years. At the end of 10 years, if we have not made improvements to that particular road, in this case 2 roads, the money is refunded to the applicant with interest. But that's a long time to hold money. This is a 5-lot subdivision, and financially, this subdivision cannot support that dollar amount. But this is a board's decision. And the applicant's representative is here to speak. If you have any questions for me, I'll be glad to answer them, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions for staff at this time? Seeing none, this is a public hearing. At this time, we'll turn to the general public comment.
Oh, not that. Not general public.
By the way, this is, as a quasi-judicial item, we need to first represent whether or not there are any disclosures that need to be made. I'm trying to make sure, and our county attorney is always good at keeping us in line with this. We have to keep him happy because he helps to keep us out of legal jeopardy. So, are we doing okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. If there are any disclosures, sir.
I have none.
I've met with you on so many projects. Did you bring this one in front of me?
I think we talked about this a couple of months ago.
Okay, because
I don't remember.
They're all running together
Yeah,
now.
I remember one project in Marisol, but I don't remember. Okay. No disclaimers with me.
I briefly discussed this with the applicant.
I'm assuming
now it's your turn.
Now it's my turn. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Dennis Murphy. I'm with the firm of Culpeper and Turpinning here in Fort Pierce, and we're representing the O'Briens in this matter before you. The issue at hand is a road paving waiver for both Dame Road and Yates Road, and the calculated amount that Mr. Harris spoke of. And the question is this: yes, the $130,000 is a substantial negative impact on the ability to do anything on this property. But the other question is this: this rule and regulation that was established back in probably the late 80s to address unpaved or development on unpaved roads has a use it or pay it back provision in there. It says the money must be paid back within 10. If money is not used to pave the road within 10 years, it has to be paid back. In my personal opinion, I don't really believe this road is going to be paved within 10 years. It is a dead-end local street. It has a milling surface onto it. I think you've all seen pictures up to it. And I just don't see getting there in that 10-year period. In our site plan application, we did indicate that we would acknowledge the fact that should a MSTU be established for the construction or reconstruction of the roadway, which would include right-of-way acquisition, we would participate in that. And that, as well with all the other potential property owners along that corridor, should the neighborhood choose to go that route. So what we would request the board do is to please grant full relief from the road paving contribution for this, with the understanding that, these roads would be improved at such time as an MSBU were created or funded for that particular area, as most local roadways have been in the county over the past several years. I'm available to answer any questions you have.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to raise a few points of interest here. Number one, you said that they were chip sealed?
Yes.
There are roads here already?
Yes.
Because unfortunately, I was trying to get to Mr. Johnson, and Mr. Johnson wasn't available, so I haven't had a chance to talk with staff on this, so I guess I'm going to do it now. I see in here we're talking about septic tanks and wells and so on and so forth. Is that not near areas that Fort Pierce Utilities has utilities in place? I know that IRSC's complex is back there. You have a number of other city properties that are there. So I know we're talking about the paver waiver, but there's a lot of issues here that again, I apologize, I did not get a chance to talk with staff through this. And so I also have a real deep concern about not paving roads, because a large portion of District 1 has a lot of communities that were built out like this and largely have dirt roads, and people are clamoring for roads. We also have an issue of drainage. Is there a drainage process that is going to be a part of this future plan? Because if we move forward in some agreement on a waiver, that means there's going to be drainage that has to occur. So that's going to be a much more expensive process. So somebody help me here.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Zadowski, if I can, do you mean drainage on the individual lots?
For that community, because you've got a canal right to what looks like to be the south, and here we are working with all the issues on the lagoon and drainage and septic tank groundwater movement. A lot of those things are now coming into play, and if this isn't built out and you're going to build it out, we should have roads, we should have drainage. It should be part of the process. So I'm wondering why we're considering it. Because I'm not seeing it in here. That doesn't look like there's any.
As I recall, there has been no drainage problems in the area. As you know, the reason Road and Bridge places millings is twofold. One, to reduce the maintenance. And normally they will not place millings in a roadway unless they have proper drainage. Open swale drainage, basically, and of course the other is dust control. So as far as we get into drainage on the individual lots, they're going to have to control their drainage as they come in and build on those individual lots. That will be through the building permit process. And I don't know if no, I guess she's gone. I was going to have her speak to that, our building manager. I don't know if I've addressed your issues and your concerns.
Because I'm not seeing it here, and again, I didn't have a chance to walk this through, and I didn't, go to the property or anything like that. But there are roads, there are county roads in here already. They're chip sealed.
Yes, sir, they are. They're very old roads, very old because the neighborhood's very old. They both deadhead into Canal Number 39. It's what we would consider local roads. And will we pave them anytime soon? The county doesn't have any money. The county's monies for roads go to collectors and arterials. Unless the county was to win the lottery, I don't see us coming up with the money to pave those in the distant future.
And it really just brings my point forward is, we've had multiple communities where houses were built and now they're clamoring, oh, I've been living on this road for some period of time, and now I want my road paved and I want, sidewalks and all those things. I
understand.
And so if we don't, and this is really in the city of Fort Pierce for all intents and purposes. I don't know if it's been annexed yet. Obviously, we wouldn't be talking about it if it was. But at the end of the day, this is very close to being contiguous to the city of Fort Pierce. I see the corner on the lower left-hand side of this. So my concern is that to do a waiver, I have some problems with that. We're dealing with the sins of the past, if you will, having not had developers paid for their fair share of development, especially on the infrastructure side. So I'm having some real heartburn on this one, that giving a waiver.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Commissioner Zadowski, I think we appreciate your concern, and certainly we take those things into consideration. I think on this parcel, if you look at the land that's out there, this is a little over 4 acres, under 5 acres. It's a small subdivision. on fairly large lots. They're going to be, what, almost 3/4 of an acre, each of them?
Most of them are over a half acre.
And so, you know, it's being developed in a pattern consistent with what's around it. It's sort of, if you will, infill development. The two streets that are there, you know, provide the level of service and traffic to this small subdivision, you know, that is consistent with the low level of traffic that's there. So, you know, if this were a larger subdivision, if this were a PUD or something like that, you know, those concerns that you're raising would be much more prevalent in that consideration. As Ron has indicated, each one of these lots, the 5 lots, when they come in, will be required to meet the requirements, you know, South Florida Water Management District as they go in and develop the lots individually and contain the amount of water as required by law on the lot, you know, for the specified amount of time. So we feel like, you know, in that, and given that they're fairly large lots, and they will, you know, that I don't believe that there's well or septic, or I mean, I'm sorry, there's not city services nearby.
Septic and oil.
You know, that you know, we just felt that they could be accommodated through the well and septic through the health department, and that, you know, but you're certainly right. I mean, we do, you know, make those considerations, and I think that's why this has taken some time to get to you, is that we do struggle with that. And then I guess the other question is that, you know, at 114 or 100 and whatever that amount was for the fair share,
133,000.
you know, these people would be burdened with, you know, should we put that burden of that amount of money on these people that are simply being fit into an existing area, that pattern of development, and that you know, that clearly that's a question for the board, but, you know, I think that's why Ron has gone through that fairly thorough discussion about the level of impact that they would face, because, you know, this is a, you know, fairly small piece of property being fit into, you know, an existing pattern of development.
And Mr. Chairman, along those lines, I mean, if it is a county road now, it's chip sealed, then you're going to add how many more homes? 5 more homes. Now you're going to increase the number of the amount of travel on those roads. We have just had how many issues come before us? Probably a dozen or more, where chip sealed roads are, you know, coming apart at the seams, and we're not able to spend the money to re-chip seal them and so on and so forth. And so when we talk about this amount of money, that $113,000 could certainly go toward repairing or re-chip sealing this as a maintenance issue. Now, I don't know if you can do that, and that's why I'm asking the question.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Zosky, no, you cannot. That money can only be used for the construction of a county standard road, which would require an all-weather surface, which is asphalt. So we could not use it for maintenance, because that's what you're talking about doing. Getting some more chip seal, rolling it out, putting it down. Now, I've been out there, and it's a chip seal. It's not chip seal, it's a millings road. It's not chip seal.
Okay. So
you know, if you remember Brocksmith Road, we did chip seal on that. There is a difference. This is just a millings road. It's adequate for the traffic that's been on it. I did not see any large amount of deterioration on it, and I don't perceive that 5 more lots is going to have a huge impact to the millings.
And it's actually 4 lots on that street and 1...
Well, that's correct. You're right. 4 lots on one street and yes.
And that would be an average of about 40 additional trips a day, you know, under the typical traffic analysis.
On the one street.
My guess is that road can withstand that. And again, that's, you know, part of our analysis in, you know, considering, you know, what to recommend to y'all.
Okay, so we...
I just got to follow up on this, because literally, and I share my district with you. I mean, you all have been through my district and so on and so forth. But what happens is these get approved with small parcels, and then they become a bigger parcel, and they become a bigger issue, and then the entire community has the same issue. So my position here is we don't do the waiver, or we do a you know, one of the versions, but maintain some of those monies in play, even if it does take 10 years, because we're dealing with so many issues. You know, I'll just use my district because I have so many of them.
Right.
That we're not getting, you know, roads paved, and whether it's chip seal or whether it's millings or even a county standard road.
So we've got to start somewhere, and even if it's a 10-year period, I think we need to secure the monies for the future for that development.
But the reality again is that this would be complete build-out with these 4 lots. There's no other developable property on that street. 8 lots on one side, 6 lots on the other. That's all you have, all built out. The county's cost is over $800,000 to put in a new road, and I can't see the county wanting to spend close to $1 million on an existing street that may have right-of-way issues and everything else that will come along when all is said and done. And at this point, we're showing $850,000, but as Ron knows, many times when we actually get in and we start talking about the standards of the road improvement, and then we're trying to buy right-of-way, we're trying to build the street, we're trying to put in things that we don't need to put in place at this point. So I would just caution us on setting aside something that we now are hearing from staff that they can't imagine why we would ever spend that type of money on a street like this when there are other streets that will actually have the traffic volumes and things that they'll need to do. Now, clearly, the city of Fort Pierce, if they continue to annex the way they are, which it's been a hopscotch, as you can see in that aerial graphic that's been shown to us right now, as they pull things in, our hope and push is that when people are in the city and they're looking for city services, then they're going to look for sidewalks. They're going to look for certain aspects that a city is typically going to be providing to them.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'd like to add one other thing. The developer is also proposing to donate an additional 10-foot of right-of-way on Dame Road and Yates Road, which would be their proportionate share. However, we would still have a substandard road because the other lots aren't going to come in to develop. They're already developed, so we'd never get that right-of-way. We would have to purchase that right-of-way, and that can be expensive, especially when improvements are involved.
Correct. Okay. Anything else you need to provide?
Just to answer any questions, and one comment, just for Commissioner Zowski. I understand your concern. I appreciate your concern. But I think, as has been pointed out by your staff, your capital money can be spent elsewhere better. Do you have any questions?
Anyone else wishing to address the board on this item? Seeing no movement, we'll close the public hearing, return to the board.
Mr. Chair, if I may, is Millings compatible to other roads in the area, or are there a variety of roads and different roads in the area?
Most of the local roads have had millings placed on them by Road and Bridge within this general geographic area, with the exception, of course, Kirby Loop, Rogers Road, and McNeil Road.
So it's consistent?
Yes, sir. It is consistent. Here again, it was to reduce maintenance costs and control dust.
Okay. I know one of the things that you have to take under consideration, we have taken into consideration, will we be able to, put road in place 10 years from now?
Will we be able to what?
Put those roads down in place outside the millings. That's stated in the, that's stated for the subdivision. Will the county be able to spend money, what I'm saying?
That's what staff's recommending, that they don't believe that will be the case. And not only will they have to build the road, but they'll have to buy additional right-of-way since all the other lots are currently developed. That's what I'm questioning. I'm questioning will we be able to do all of that. And you would have $100,000 set aside from this $133,000. However, the county would have to come up with the difference of that money.
Of 800 and some odd thousand dollars.
If the county isn't able to do that, then we're automatically returning back to the applicant that same amount. So that's why you have the 3 scenarios that the county surveyor provided to you at this point. We have a staff recommendation that's been provided to us as well. So if you look at that.
Right. Well, that's why I'm questioning the idea of us doing anything relative to that road, and if it is consistent with millings in the area, it's something that we got to take under consideration. And it's unfortunate that we may not have the money within the next 10 years to do some of those things, but I do understand, and there's a lot of stuff happened before you even got here on roads that's in your district. So I'm sorry about that, but it is what it is. and we're working on that, even with, we talked about some of those projects over there. But with that said, motion to approve staff recommendation.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, if I could interrupt just for a second. Commissioner Johnson, you motion to approve staff recommendation. Staff recommendation.
I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that.
All right.
Because staff recommendation is the waiver at $433.
Is the $4 amount.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
Motion to approve waiver of the full amount.
Second. Just as a comment, since I hadn't said anything up to this point, the fact that this is such a small amount of development, comparatively speaking, it's large lots, infill in an area, and I have to rely on staff's, I've got to agree with staff's assumption or supposition that it would be highly unlikely that we'd be doing anything within the next 10 years. It would require us to, would allow us to get in there and pave the entire thing. So to hold someone else's money hostage while we're not likely to have it either seems to me not to make a whole lot of sense, so I'll second that motion.
Mr. Chairman, comment. Let me ask from a legal standpoint, for this consideration, can we require that if this is built out that they participate in MSBU? I know that I heard part of that from the applicant's agent. Are we able to?
Well, typically what we do in the plat on these things is there's language in the plat that indicates that there's consent given to an MSBU if it's ever formed, and I assume that language would be in this, that type of language would be in this plat. I thought I understood Mr. Murphy to say that.
So as we discussed,
or Mr. Harris, one of the.
Is that the case?
Mr. McIntyre, that was Mr. Murphy that made that statement. I have a copy of the preliminary plat, and I'm not sure that language is not on here. I assume that you will place that language on the plat in big, bold font.
Either the plat or the site plan order, wherever you want it.
I think we should put it on both, quite frankly.
because I can't support it if it's not memorialized in some way. Because
applicant agreeable to that?
Yeah, we'll take care of that.
Okay.
I mean, that's fine.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
I just want to let you understand why, and I think you shared, because we've got to start somewhere, and we've got so many of these roads that are these small divisions, become bigger divisions, and then we end up having multiple roads without the ability to pave them and get the right of way and so on and so forth. So, I've had these conversations in the past, and I'll maintain my position on them, but the only way I could support this request, actually I'd support the $133,000 part of the waiver to even with that. So
you have good comments, so I appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
Just a couple comments on that to add on to it. I don't know whether this will help Commissioner Sadowski or not. It has been suggested by staff that drainage is fairly good in that area. We know from experience that the millings are not put down unless there's decent drainage. I mean, there are areas where we are waiting to put millings down while drainage is put in place. So it seems to me that this is a fairly solid area to begin. There is some sort of roadway. It's not as if, I know we currently have another issue where there's a dirt roadway and no drainage and no way to fix the dirt. It seems to me this is at least several steps beyond that, which is why I'm comfortable moving on with it.
Okay, motion and second. Any other discussion?
I just want to make a quick comment, Mr. Chair. Real quick. I'm not going to hold tonight.
I can't close it for no matter what I try.
I just set a record. We're not trying to set a record. But I just want to say to Commissioner Zowski, it's very commendable that you would take your constituents under consideration. And I am appreciative of the fact that you did take on the MSTU-BU approach with this. And it's definitely something that we can continue to look at moving forward for areas that don't have proper paving.
well, let me ask, was that part of the motion? Because I didn't hear it being amended. If that was the case, I didn't.
What is it?
It is.
The memorialization, however you say that word, memorialization of the MSBU participation as part of the motion. I heard we talked about it, but I didn't hear it as part of the motion.
Waive with the motion.
It's provided as a part of the motion.
Exactly.
We'll place it in the resolution, also that language, sir, as a condition.
And I'll second on that amendment.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. You know, I do love how the group gets along and is able to just keep plugging away.
Yes,
Are
indeed.
you going to do 9A1 now?
We're going to go to 9A1. We're continuing on the subdivision plat. This is the plat for O'Brien. That will return to staff for a brief comment.
Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried unanimously. We'll turn to 9A2. This is Resolution 2013-166. This is a wetland waiver and major site plan approval for Marisol. With that, we'll turn to staff. Good evening, Ms. Waite.
Good evening, Chairman Mallory, Commission members. For the record, Diana Waite, Senior Planner, presenting staff comments. This request is for major site plan approval for a project to be known as Marisol and a wetland waiver from one of the policies of a comprehensive plan. This project was initially scheduled for your September 3rd board meeting with a staff recommendation of denial of the wetland waiver. Prior to that meeting, the applicant requested the item be pulled to allow them to work with the county's Environmental Resources Department to further reduce the wetland impacts. Since that time, the plans have been revised and the wetland impacts reduced. Specifically, the requested item is for a waiver from two policies of the county's conservation element that provide for the protection of Category 1 wetlands, unless certain criteria is met and the waiver is approved by the board. The other item is for major site plan approval upon the board's determination that the wetland waiver can be granted. The Marisol project is located on South A1A, approximately 3 miles north of the Martin County line, between the Florida Power and Light power plant and the county's Normandy Beach access area, which is located immediately to the south. The zoning in the area is HIRD, Hutchinson Island Residential District. To the south is the institutional zoning of the county's park. The property is in a 35-foot height overlay zone, and the surrounding uses and the proposed residential units are considered to be compatible. The depiction on your screen shows the post-development site. The plan provides for the development of 106 residential units to be distributed among 5 buildings with 18 to 24 units each. The 3 interior buildings have a building height of 42 feet. Based upon a Board of Adjustment approval of a 7-foot height variance, which was granted in July of 2012 and did expire in this July. So we have added a condition of approval that require the applicant to seek another variance to allow for the building height of 3 interior buildings. The previous submitted plan, let's see, the applicant previously submitted plan of the northern portion of the site that showed created additional uplands on the northern portion of the wetland. Since that time, they have revised the plan to indicate fewer wetland impacts and created a larger, more functional wetland area rather than the upland habitat area. This shows the new wetland and the areas to be impacted which have been significantly reduced. This shows the proposed wetland preservation areas in the dark green, and the surrounding light green areas are wetland areas to be created. Staff has reviewed the revised site plans and determined that the project has met the requirements for avoidance and minimization to the category wetland on the site, and that the site plan meets the minimum standards of the Land Development Code. We would recommend that you would approve these two items subject to the conditions of approval and staff's approval of the final revised site plan documents. We would also like to ask that condition number 11 will be revised to be consistent with new state statute requirements related to other agency permits. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wade. Any questions for staff? Applicant like to make a comment?
Mr. Chairman, for the record, Commissioners, my name is Dennis Murphy. I'm with the firm of Culpeper Interpreting here in Fort Pierce, and we're here representing the Marisol Development Limited LLC, Marisol Developers LLC. To paraphrase your staff from a few moments ago, do you have any questions?
Thank you. With that, I know this isn't a public hearing, but I know we have the Seminole Tribe of Florida as well that's been here throughout this entire meeting, so I appreciate your willingness to stick through. We're at almost 4.5, getting close to 5 hours of you hanging out, watching St. Lucie County.
That's okay. I'm used to it. We're going through budgeting right now, so I understand exactly how you feel right now.
That's good. Good. Good evening, Mr. Tommy.
Good evening.
That was not for you.
5 minutes.
Just like that, 5 minutes gone.
Okay, the only thing I'm just going to ask for real quickly is if we can ask for a continuance on the property.
Continuance relative to, I'm sorry.
Yes, is referring towards the, I guess, the impact area, what they're going to be developing on the property.
Mr. Murphy?
If I can. Mr. Chairman, do you want, let me make sure I understand exactly what you're requesting of us to do. You're asking us to continue, have the board continue any action on this particular matter until a future date. Is that correct?
Yes.
So they would not be approving or recommending to approve our site plan tonight? That's what you're saying? Okay, we have a problem with that. Why?
The question is, okay, I'm asking just for a continuance of the project, just because we want to be able to have our teams to go in to be able to look at anything that could be of significance to our organization, therefore protecting areas.
Right. And maybe to help with that, Mr. Tommy, because I know you and I discussed that as well.
Yes.
The approval of this project would actually allow for what we've discussed, which would be for the full support of not only the tribe, but to allow archaeologists as well to coordinate with the applicant, and the applicant is willing at this point to allow for that furtherance as things move forward. And clearly they have to also follow state guidelines as it relates to anything that may or may not be disturbed as things move forward. What I wanted to make sure the applicant was going to be clear on was their willingness at no cost to to them to make sure that they realize that this was something that would be provided for, because the last thing we want to do is to find out that certain relics or archaeological aspects would ever be inappropriately handled, disturbed, or otherwise provided for in a way that's, I believe, detrimental not only to your tribe, but also just to our area, because there are some things, once it's disturbed, there's never a way to replace that. And so we've had some specific discussions, and the applicant as well as staff, I know, have discussed this area to make sure that we're in compliance. Ms. Olson maybe would add to that.
And I think if we can just actually talk about what the issue is, because we know what we're talking about, but from the public standpoint, from a
Sure. Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Zadowski, I lost my. Right, I'm here. The project is the location of the Hermans Bay Midden Archaeological Site. It's eligible for listing on the National Register of Historic Places, and therefore, when this project came forward, a Phase 1, 2, and because of its significance, the developer paid for a Phase 3 extensive survey excavating 5% of the entire site. These surveys were necessitated through the state. The Phase 3 archaeological survey report found that the Hermans Bay Midden site is the location of a small coastal village settlement occupied between the years of AD 890 and 1388. This places the site in the archaeological timeframe of the East Okeechobee I and II periods. The study contributed significant new information about Aboriginal settlement and coastal settlements on Hutchinson Island during Florida's late prehistoric period, and artifacts exhumed provide new information about the subsistence patterns of coastal Aboriginal villages in the late prehistoric. Once these findings were reviewed, the St. Lucie County Historical Commission found that because only 5% of the entire site had been excavated, and they chose that 5% because it had the best. Those were the most beneficial areas to excavate. They found that it would be wise, even though that the state considered the site fully mitigated. The state did not require them to do anything else. The St. Lucie County Historical Commission recommended that an archaeologist be on site at all times during any excavation in order to ensure that if anything appears as a result of any excavation, that the work will cease. If there's anything culturally significant, only an archaeologist, for instance, can really tell you what you're exhuming. You generally don't know. No human remains other than shed items, they consider them, teeth. There were 3 teeth found in the excavation, but there were no human remains found on the site. But it was definitely the site of a village, and so it was an exciting find. So staff and the Historic Commission is recommending to allow this to move forward with the condition that an archaeologist be on hand at all times during excavation within these boundaries north of the buildings 4 and 5. And I understand that there has been discussions with the developer where, because of the way this project is proposed to be phased, the northern end where this site is located is going to happen later. I understand the southern end will happen first, and we would be happy to facilitate a negotiated settlement where perhaps the developer would allow for the Seminole tribe, an archaeologist, a team at no cost to the developer to go in and fully excavate the entire site, because you never know, you might find something else really great.
And that's what I pushed both the applicant and staff on earlier, was to make sure that we provided for that, so that aside from what the state is recommending and aside from that contingency to have the archaeologists on site, they wouldn't actually be performing archaeological diggings because it would be under a development site. But should Seminole Tribe as well as local archaeological teams want to be a part of that, that since the site will not be disturbed in that northern area until later on, that they would give those teams the opportunity to go in at their own time and expense, realizing they would have to go through indemnification waivers to hold the property harmless should something happen. But that way they can do things without impeding the rest of the southern development of the site. And then should things be found, should things be present, that they'll be able to do it in an orderly manner, the way a scientific site would normally be handled. And so that seemed like that was a nice additional aspect which should easily accommodate and make your tribe very happy with what is being provided, because it's well beyond what was originally presented.
Okay, I understand that. But my other thing I want to make sure I strongly suggest that, as being a tribal member of the Seminole Tribe of Florida, I respect any grounds that our people may have been, whatever area it may be, because I hold that strongly and deeply to my heart. Because when we do certain ceremonial things, we make sure that we honor our dead. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Tomlin, before you go. Yes, sir. If we were to move forward with this tonight with the condition that you have some period of time to
Yes.
be out there as indicated, are you okay with that?
Yes, sir.
That way your tribe can get in there and really, get what you need.
Yes, sir.
And I did provide you with a copy of the archaeological report.
Yes, sir.
So you'll have that to work from too. So you're okay with that condition?
With that condition, yes, sir.
If I may, Mr. Chair, Mr. Murphy, can I ask you a question?
Me or?
You, I'm asking you, I'm sorry. That's okay. Mr. Thompson can stand up while I ask you the question. My question would be, upon excavation and the archaeologist being at the site, is he allowed to be at the site or have a representative at the site as well?
Yes, Commissioner, he'll be there. Let me back up for 1 second here, okay?
Okay.
The reason I asked why a while ago was because we had spoken with Mr. Tomei about an hour and a half ago, and we had worked out pretty much exactly what y'all talked about a few moments ago. We've agreed to allow the tribe and us to work together to come in and do a check over the property, the northern half of the property. Our concern remains a matter of timing for us because we have certain dune work which we need to get done this upcoming non-turtle season. So we were talking like 60 or 90-day window, which fits for what we're doing right now. So long as it all falls within those parameters, we're golden. So, and of course we have the other condition about the archaeologist on site. So, and this is the report. It's not a thin document, and our clients have made a firm commitment to finding out what's on that property, and we stand by that commitment.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Can I just get a quick rebuttal in real quick? That's just one half of the property. We want to make sure everything of the property is, make sure it's sustainable. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any final comments on that, Ms. Wilson?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Waite, thank you as well. Any other questions for staff?
We, last meeting, we talked about the wetland conditions and some of those situations. There's a hydrological connection, I understand, has been made. And can we talk about the UMAM score and how did that come about with the 300, was it 300, what's the term I'm looking for? Is it 300 acres, 300 yards? What am I? 300 square feet.
Square feet, yeah.
Thank you. It's been a long night, guys, so trying to maintain this. So as part of this, first I want to say thank you for moving forward with some of those conditions on the wetlands, because where this is, it's at the narrows of the island, and this property, when built out with all the impervious surface, will indeed ultimately end up in the lagoon. So with that, can you just describe briefly the drainage plan and how that is going to be affected, and the improvement to the wetland structure that we've been able to have a conversation about?
Yeah, and then go back go back to the big picture if you could, please. I know it's in there someplace.
Yeah.
Commissioner, just so that we're not having dead air. Okay, this is a good one to work with. This is good enough. I think you can see from this particular plan here. Oh, I guess not. There are 5 buildings proposed on the site. Our drainage and our drainage systems will be draining and sheet flowing to a retention area and exfiltration system along the area of A1A, discharging into a wetland area at the northern portion of the property. A couple things to note real quickly. We have over 50% of our site in post-development condition, which will be set aside as preserve and restored area. So there will be plenty of open space and permeable areas to work with. We will comply with all applicable FDEP and South Florida guidelines for where we're located, and that the water quality will meet or exceed any discharge requirements going into the lagoon. The specifics of the various ULAM rankings and so forth, I cannot speak to directly, but I can tell you that the fundamentals of the site, and we have an environmentalist here who can address them. The fundamental drainage design of the site is one that we believe that with the enhanced wetland creation, One of the things that we asked, was noted in Diana's report was that we were asking for a relief for so many thousand square feet of upland buffer around the wetland. Well, that's true. We're not going to necessarily have upland buffer around that particular wetland, but in its place, we think we're going to have something which is more biologically productive and beneficial to the lagoon, and that is an enhanced wetland system for nursery area for fish and for everybody else to come into it. Also, it needs to be noted that we will be mitigating any upland buffer immediately around that area to the tune of about an additional 30,000 square feet, give or take a couple square feet over what would otherwise be required. Paul, where are you? You want to address the ULAN?
And just so you know, I'm thanking you for this, and I'm giving you the opportunity to show what extra work you've done and increase this opportunity and making a huge difference. And a month or so ago, we were at an impasse. Today, we found, solutions, so I want to just say thank you for that.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, good evening. Paul Ezzo, EW Consultants, representing the applicant. In our environmental impact report, which actually has not been updated to reflect the new site plan, which has less wetland impact. We applied the Uniform Mitigation Assessment Method, also known as UMAM. We applied that functional assessment. There's a couple of functional assessments out there that we could have used to not only grade our wetland impact, but also grade our wetland mitigation. The reason we chose the UMAM technique was because it actually allows you to grade upland as a mitigation technique as well. And what we found, and this is with more wetland impact back in the April site plan, but what we found was with the upland buffer restoration that we had proposed in the previous site plan, our UMAM score of wetland impact to wetland mitigation came out just about even. So we were just at about 1-to-1 ratio. When we substituted the created upland buffer around the wetlands that are on site with additional wetlands, meaning what we would do is excavate the upland buffer to an elevation similar to the existing wetlands on site. And we only have one wetland that's connected to the Indian River Lagoon through a culvert underneath A1A, and that's wetland 1 along the roadway. We also proposed to connect wetland 1 to wetland 2 with another culvert. And that way wetland 2 now becomes more functional and becomes better habitat, along with the tidal changes. We did gain an additional functional gain by converting those areas to wetland area, rather than going through the exercise of removing exotics within these buffers and replanting and having to then maintain these areas to keep them in a natural state. Because once we have mangrove areas, as all of you know, it's fairly easy to maintain. I mean, we're just going to rely on natural tidal movements. We'll obviously plant these areas, but we'll also get a great deal of natural recruitment. So that's why we approach staff with that option.
And again, Mr. Chairman, I applaud you for coming back with a better project. So
well, you should applaud your ERD staff, because they always encourage us to think outside the box, and as you can see by the site, it is a box.
I'd like to help move this along. Long story short, what we had before was not as good. What we have now, staff really like.
Right.
Applicant likes. You will not believe how much has been done to make the site so much better.
I do have to get on an airplane in a couple hours.
I know. That's why I'm trying to say, folks, we can wrap this up. We can talk and talk.
I just want to make a quick comment.
It's amazing to see what has happened compared to last time.
I just want to make a quick comment.
See?
Applicant, real quick. The applicant and also Mr. Murphy came back. You got to be commended on this. You had some frustration with the project. You came back and you sat in the room, and we found a way through staff to get it done. These three ladies, Karen, Leslie, and oh my gosh.
Yes,
Amy. Okay, Karen, Leslie, and Amy, they got the job done. They're to be commended for this project, and they worked beyond the frustrations of Dennis and the applicant, and this is why we're here today. Congratulations, everybody.
Mr. Chairman, simply because there's such a lot of wonderful feeling flowing around, I too will add my thanks, but I would motion to approve.
Second.
Comment.
Motion and second.
Comment. And I did speak with the applicant about the HOA provision on the dunes and maintaining those so that if erosion does occur, it does not become a cost to the county for sand replacement because we had spent quite a bit of time and energy and money in that area having to create an MSBU to be able to do the erosion control on properties that are being built along the sand dunes.
We understand our obligations.
So that's a yes, you're going to memorialize those in the HOA documents.
The appropriate references will be in the documents, the kind of documents as to the responsibility for doing restoration work should it become required in the future. Hopefully it won't be. But,
Let's hope.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We have a motion, second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carried. Aye. There was an aye?
Yes.
Aye.
I said aye, I'm sorry. Aye.
Carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, we still do have one other item. Staff, is this a short or long presentation? And the reason I'm asking, because if this is long, we should push this item to the next agenda.
It's not an incredibly long presentation. It is an update.
Because, I mean, there were a lot of things, and I was going to get on before the fact that, I mean, even some of the staff sheets in here don't even show what the items are for. Like this sheet here doesn't even show what the list is. It just shows a lot of fees. So I think we had material that was even missing from this report provided in here. So I didn't want to start getting into all these various aspects, realizing the end game is you're looking for additional staff, but you're raising a bunch of fees. Then we have to get into all the different communities and various things. So I don't know if this is
Mr. Chairman, if it's your desire that we move it on to the next meeting, we can certainly do that and clarify that information. But it is, it is an update to our building fees, which has been quite some time since they've been done, and it is our effort to, make sure that our reserve fund is adequately funded and that we are in a position to, as the economy rebounds, be able to fund at a couple of additional positions to continue to improve our customer service.
And Mr. Chairman, as you reflect on these fees, I also see as many that had gone up, as many went down. And the other part of this background information that I got was the Chamber of Commerce and the Treasure Coast Builders Association weighed in on this, and they supported this effort. Is that accurate?
Yeah, we've worked with them over the last 2 or 3 years. That each time we have brought this forward, we've made sure that we've contacted the Chamber and the Treasure Coast Builders Association. Their caveat is that they want to, if they're going to support the fee increases, they want us to improve the level of service, and that's certainly our goal.
It's not accurate that these went down. Actually, almost all these went up.
No, they did go up. Mostly they go up. Yeah. And what we've projected is to raise about $120,000 in revenue.
So the average is, well, I guess that's what I meant.
Yeah, most of the fees are going up. Many of them are going up about $25. Some are going up a little bit more than that. And what that reflects is that our analysis of the actual time that staff spends in processing these individual permits.
Now, let me ask you a question, Mr. Adler, if I may, Mr. Chair. These fees are comparable to other municipalities and also county governments within the area. Is that correct?
Right. And what we've done, and one of the things that Commissioner Mowry was pointing out, Chairman Mowry was pointing out, is that we did do a comparison of other jurisdictions nearby in terms of our fees compared to theirs. We're a little bit higher sometimes, we're a little bit lower sometimes, but we're right within the average.
I stand corrected. It was a comparison to the other city.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm willing to move forward with staff recommendation at this point in time.
Second, I agree. If we have support from both TCBA and the Chamber of Commerce, indicating, of course, they expect to see an increase in efficiency, but that can only happen with more folks. We've decimated the building department over the years when nothing was happening. But now that we're seeing irregular increases, I think it only makes sense to consider we have to rebuild a little bit.
We have a motion and a second. In terms of discussion on this item, I have frustrations and concerns a little bit about some of the fee increases. I didn't care for some of the material provided, again, because it doesn't show me what the fee increases were for. It just shows that there will be current fees and recommended fee amounts. So those were not shown in that packet, although I know that several months ago I met with Monica on several of the items and requested that we don't just add a fee to have a fee, that on some of the items, although they may be in line or above or below other communities, but they may not always necessarily be a fee or a permit that we need to do. I feel like a lot of times we have fees or permits that we're requesting, and it's in items that would make you sort of scratch your head as to why we're even performing some of those. And so I have some concerns about that. I am not opposed at all to us staying in line with certain trends if there's certain areas, but I feel like at times that there may be fees that we do not need to assess. And just because somebody else is doing it, to me, was not a good enough reason for us to go ahead and do it. And so there were those concerns that I had. In terms of adding additional staff, I think that we do need to do the best job that we can and make sure that customer service is being definitely held to a high standard. I don't think people mind paying a fee as long as they know that it's going to be done in a timely manner. But your average homeowner was a little bit of the difference, and that's where I feel like at times the average homeowner, when I looked at some of the different types of fees, I felt like there were people that could say, well, I didn't realize I even had to pay a fee for that. It's like, well, now we're requiring that, or we're asking for certain fees. So with that, that's my my comment in opposition. Anything else from the board members? All that? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion, I'm sorry, not aye. Motion, those in against myself. Anyone else opposed? All right. Well, it was 3-1. Thank you, staff.
Thank you.
Brings us to the end of our agenda. We'll turn to our county administrator for our closing announcements.
Mr. Chairman, do you want me to go through the announcements? Okay. I mean, it's late, and I didn't know if you want to eclipse them.
You can do whatever you'd like, but I'll turn to you because it's your glory moment.
Okay, I will call for a motion to adjourn.
There we go.
So moved.
So moved. And Commissioner Hutchins.